think that I just come in there and look for knockoffs, and that's not the case. I'm actually a sharp, smart fighter.
So, well, wait, I'm here. Who won the fight with me?
I really don't care who's in front of me. I don't feel like no fighter can beat me.
Our goal is to demolish everybody, to be honest. Everybody that's in my way. The pinnacle to any weight division is to have all the belts, all of the titles.
Welcome to Bodywork. Welcome back. It's Michael Rogers. Welcome to Bodywork Boxing. It feels so good to be back. Oh man, it's always a good day to talk that good old boxing talk. What's going on with you, AC?
Not much, man. Just chilling. Just can't wait to get into the topic today, man. Because this is a real good one right here. You know, even the housekeeping, it's what's needed in boxing right now, and these are conversations and viewpoints that's needed. So things could get back on track. Certain people can start to look at things objectively, and then move forward because. This isn't a sprint. This is a marathon to get many people to start enjoying boxing by not setting yourself up for the pitfalls, but to use your critical thinking to understand the landscape and what's happening. You can make an educated guess, and if you're within the scope of that thing happening, then you could say, yeah, I'm good. I'll just ride this out and wait for this to happen. And I know this move ain't really about the and then you move on from there and you'll really enjoy the sport instead of always being that negative Nancy in the sport. And that's what it is. Salute to Cookie Monster. I see you.
Salute Cookie Monster. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Friday night, mic check, sounding like $1,000,000. Oh shucks, that's what I like to hear, that I'm crystal clear. We in the building, man. It's gonna be fun. I want to have some fun, man. But yeah, we gotta do what we do. We gotta do that body work, man. Sometimes it's ugly, but it's very effective, and it all contributes to the sweet science. I appreciate that mic check, and I was looking at and thinking about the fight and the overwhelming feeling about the fight and what people really don't want to say. And I'm a big movie buff, but I've done this before, man, with the Why So Serious, and I did it. Let me see. It's been a minute, but this is what the original one was. It was like, so that was part one. It's been a minute since I did it, but that was part one when I did it. And you know, we always had, we had that going on. That's when I put that out. That was what, November the 6th, 2024. When I started looking at that, when I had originally looked at these guys like that. Since we got that, we definitely gotta have that, which brings us to where we are, and we're gonna get there. That's just a little reminder of what we're gonna do, because a lot of people be thinking, hey, might not be able to wait for the main topic, but we got some housekeeping we're gonna do, and just some upcoming things and some much needed things that need to be said. But that's the meat and potatoes there. We're gonna get that. We're gonna get to that in a second. I'm gonna go ahead and pop out with the housekeeping. This first one, man, AC, man. This first one is like, man, it's kind of, it's. I see the good in it, you know, but the state of what it is, man. B Norman Senior. In my opinion, man, he going out. He going out sad. I gotta put that on here, man. Because Norman Jr. did an interview. He peeked his head back out and you know, had a talk with Cigar Talk. And salute to him for doing that, man, because man, some of my favorite fighters, man, something happened to them, you don't see them, you don't hear from them. We got to hear the trolls all day, every day, like 2, 3, 4 times a day, doing like 18-hour lives on. What, like, I heard somebody talking about Al Heyman, like they actually had a conversation with him the other day. I'm like, but salute to Brian Norman Jr. for coming out and doing the interview after a loss, man. That dude is the people's champ for real, an example. And one of the things he said was that he made a change in the head, that his father was no longer the head trainer. And, you know, at that time, I didn't have concrete. I didn't hear anything concrete. You know, I was still like going by hearsay at that point. And come to find out, Norman Sr. was like, I heard him straight from the horse's mouth, man. He was like, well, if he not going to be lead, he not going to play second fiddle to nobody. And so he out. And to me, I understand that it's a blow to the ego. Taking a loss is a blow to the ego. But I'm like, that's your son, and it made me question a lot of things around that decision that he made, because Brian Norman Jr. is the man that he raised to be able to make his own decisions and make tough decisions when he need to. And he was just saying, like, he was basically saying, listen, there are subject matter experts. There are people who are just like me as a chef. I'm going to default to anything in the kitchen when it go over the, like when it come down to AC. He's a subject matter expert on that. So it would be silly for me to even try to expand my restaurant or do something where I haven't met with another high level subject matter expert. So I took it as though Brian Norman Jr. taking some steps to do some things to further and enhance his growth, to take that next step in his career, because in this era where the O is everything, having just lost your O, you like, hold on, man, I gotta do something, because I don't want to get pigeonholed. I don't want to get stuck like, yeah, okay, they got us, you know, yeah, it hurt, but moving forward, I need a subject matter expert, somebody that might be more tenured and tutelage and have success stories, and that can break things down or help and add to my reservoir. You just not gonna be like the head guy. You still my pops. I mean, as far as I understand, like, I still need you. I still want you here. And it made me question whether or not what I had been defending for Senior was something that I shouldn't have been doing, because I'm asking AC is like, in hindsight, I'm looking at it like, man, was it all about Senior? Because I can't see him in that position with what he has in Junior, and just because Junior want to get somebody, a subject matter expert, for him to just not want to have nothing to do with it at all.
Yeah, that part right there is the tragic part, because prior to this, there was something I wanted to say but forgot. And in hindsight, if I would have said it, I would have been today like, yeah, yesterday I said something that he just made me look like a fool. I would have been, I was actually out here defending Pops. You feel what I'm saying? But then to hear that you're on this type of energy, it's just like, okay, Men always say, I raised my son to be a strong man. I want him to be able to stand on his own. The minute your son is showing you that, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Now, you brought up the restaurant industry. I can say like this. I do consulting work. So I'll go into a restaurant that already has a chef. The owner hired him. The owner's like, yeah, he's a great guy, but there's just some things he's missing. And I need someone to show him those things because he's a great talent. He's super creative, but it's the other side that he doesn't really know. And when you look at that, Brian Norman is a great talent. You know what you know and you know what you don't know. That's why you're making this decisions that you're making right now, because you're aware of what you don't know. And that is the first step to actual greatness, recognizing what you don't know and not assuming that you know everything. So at the end of the day, I was like, whoa, completely blown away by his admission and his accountability. That's why I was saying yesterday, the most impressive thing about that entire interview was his accountability, the level of it. So at the end of the day, Pops, you got a fantastic son. Any man out here would want a son like what you have right there, because he's into something. He recognized that, yeah, I got out of character, I got out of pocket, and I was humiliated for it. Now I have to step back, reevaluate things, be a man, accept this loss and accept how I lost it and how I allowed myself to move into that space of where I got out of pocket. And it's like, y'all, I don't know if people caught that. He's telling you he wants to know why and how he got here. For the same reasons why we look at boxers and we say, all right, the trainers that'll be great for him would be the trainers that'll explain why you're doing what you're doing. So if you move here and you put your foot here, you should be expecting these one, two of these three results almost immediately. If it's not that, step around and boom, 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 let it fly, because he's not on your level. So that's what I got out of that overall. And for me, the Pops, you're still an intricate part of the team. You're needed in that camp. You're needed in that corner. You're needed as that, that translator. So every time I look over, I'm always reminded of how I got here. It was that man that got me here. Now you guys are just, he baked the cake. He put all the ingredients. He went to the farm and got the eggs. He went to the other farm and got the wheat and got it freshly milled. You know what I'm saying? He went over there to the dairy farm and got the cream. He went and went to the sugarcane man, and the sugarcane man made him a fresh batch of sugar. So he knows where all of those ingredients are from the mud. He know where they came from. Now you just have to say, yeah, I know how to bake a cake, but I don't know how to bake a wedding cake. Yeah, I can bake a regular cake, but I can't do a wedding cake, man. And that's the difference. That's the levels. You can bake a cake, but can you bake a wedding cake? Can you do cupcakes? You know what I'm saying? So the Pops just has to, I'm hoping that it's a short-term thing. That at the end of the day, his Pops is on some shit that says this. Yeah, I was upset and angry at first because it kind of went viral and it fucked up my ego, just looking at how these people was trying to talk. And as I was explaining it to them, they kept on trying to 100% blame me for the reason for my son's loss. So I kind of got my own feelings and shit like that. And maybe, I did drag my son over into that space a little bit more, but now that I'm calmed down, now that I'm here, I get it. And I'm gonna back my son 100%. I hope he gets there. He seems that type of dude. So that's what I'm more so relying on.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping, man. I'm hoping, man, because It's embarrassing to me, man. This was along the line with I ain't felt like this since the Errol Spence and the Derrick James stuff with the money and all that. Since that
Yeah,
kind of came out, I'm like, I hate to see like my favorite guys in the sport, man, like go through things like this, and then like sometimes decisions are getting made, but they're getting made under a microscope. And I'm like, yeah, who am I? Like, I actually do like I care about them dudes, man. Them down South Georgia men, shall I say, and Junior is special, and he like even though approach to see Abdullah had to deal with getting dropped twice and then coming back to stop a guy. Abdullah
yeah,
hasn't had to suffer a loss yet, so this is another level. Like getting the championship, yeah, okay, cool. Like taking on being in the mess out with your chest out, taking on the best competition, okay, cool. You check the block, you a people's champ, you certified, like because in an era where nobody is showing up to do that. Everybody's protecting and finding reasons why not to do it. You did that, and then you suffer an L. It's not the time to come undone. It's time to like reshoot your asthma. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe you might have to calibrate your steps. You know what I'm saying? You might have to recalibrate your steps and reshoot your asthma and adjust for this kind of terrain and this kind of weather and
yeah,
just go back in the lab but to know that okay, all right, this time when I go back in the lab, I want to set my team up like this, and this is what I need. I need boom, boom, boom. So whatever it was last time, we can take that off the list as far as something that I can get caught with my pants down on, and we're gonna need some help. Now is not the time to abandon family. Like I
yeah,
could imagine because emotions are involved, and I was along the same lines that you were saying as far as maybe it's gonna take a little while, man. Maybe you need to go outside, breathe some air, you know what I'm saying? Just sit back and think because again, these things are done under a microscope where everybody's following you around, hanging on every word that you say, got something to say about it. I'm not gonna get too into it. All I'm gonna say is that from the outside looking in, senior, stick with Junior, man. He gonna need you. You the spirit behind that boy, man. That boy, because even if he got the subject matter expert, that'll be like getting a little bit more intellect and then taking part of his soul.
yeah,
So, it's like that's not. I think that's not the healthiest thing, man. I hope Senior come down, man, and just know that look, you a real one, but don't allow it to be that like you don't allow the victory the loss turn into a lesson, turn into like another loss, and
yeah,
another like in different areas. Like that was just a loss in the ring to a guy that many people were saying he was like they were saying. I mean, he was a favorite and it was levels and all this. Like his resume and where you at and where you can go, even with that loss, you can still do great things y'all can still do great things as a team. Roles might have shifted, and they're really just titles, for real. Because at the end of the day, you still pops. Like I came from that sack, dog. Like, so I know Junior looking like I came from your sack, man. Like cut me some slack, bro. Like, so
yeah,
like I hope for boxing's sake, for the people's sake, for fans' sake, that y'all patch that up because I don't even like it. To me, I don't want to see Junior without the support of his dad, like, because it's not going to be a good look. Like, we need to see you in whatever capacity is needed by Junior, man, in this time. Because, like, I've seen bosses fight and they, weren't inspired, and when something was wrong, like, Pops might be gone, but, like, take an example from the Russells. Take an
yeah,
example from Tony Harrison. Take an
yeah,
example from Jared Hurd. Like, take an example from all these guys who went through that, and not in your situation. You still here. So that's what I got on that.
yeah. Basically, cherish the time you have together. You built something. I get it, Senior, because you brought him all the way here. You feel what I'm saying? But you have to, when you're able, because I have to also say this. The son said him and his pops ain't really sit down and talk about it. You know what I'm saying? So when y'all sit down, talk about it, you're gonna realize that your son is extremely intelligent and he has a high level of insight. And that insight said to him that because I was in that headspace, I did not recognize the machine that was in front of me. These guys got their shit together in a way that I can only dream of at this point. That's at that real championship level, the way they got they regiment together, they schedule together, the way they team moves together. Everybody got on the whole DHP, sweatsuits and everything. That is like, yeah, that is world class. That's championship level. After everything was said and done, I stopped, stayed out there, looked around, and realized that I just wasn't on that level. And fighting wise, you know, I can be there. I'm probably there, but you know, I just need everything to work together like that well-oiled machine like he did, and then I could probably really show everybody. So for all of these people out there that are trying to say something and whatever, because he fought Devin Haney, because he got to see how a real machine works at that next level, he gained respect for that. So because he's looking to do that, people, it's not a bad thing. It's not something y'all can just try to sit around and shit on this young man about. Because at the end of the day, when I spoke with Body off the joint, I likened it as two guys that are on the drag strip. You and your pops built your car, but you on the opposite side in the other lane, in the right lane. You know what I'm saying? They got all the sponsors. They got the Edelbrocks. They got the machine shop. They got the long trailer where they can actually build a whole part right there. And me and him just came with a flat joint that the car just rolls up on. We hoping that this shit don't break down and we could do at least 3 passes. That's the difference in levels. That's what Brian Norman sees. That's what Brian Norman Jr. sees. He still needs you. You feel what I'm saying? He still needs you, but he wants to get that machine going. If he wants to compete and be that dude and let everybody know, Crawford got a machine. Devin got a machine. Shakur got a machine. Tank got a machine. You feel what I'm saying? Keyshawn is trying to build his machine. The fuck is wrong with Brian Norman doing it? We look at all of these other fighters. Bam got his machine. Mason got his machine, and they still building it on it. You know what I'm saying?
Word.
Young Joseph Brown is building he got his machine behind him. So everybody's got these machines, and the guys that got the machines behind them, guess what? These are the young motherfuckers we talking about gonna be the future.
Mm-hmm.
So what the fuck wrong with what he doing or how he want to do it? Y'all need to stop that. And Pops recognize that. Recognize that your son needs that machine, and he knows he needs it. And guess what, Dad? You are the fucking engine. I mean, you're the key to the engine. Nothing gonna run properly without you, man. Get out your feelings, senior. It's not as bad as you think it is. It was more bad for him because he was the one who got his ass whipped. He was the one that got knocked down, and the picture's gonna be there forever of Devin Haney leaning over him.
Yep.
So
yeah, man, and then then show the world, man. Like don't let this one L like turn into many L's, man. It was just one L, like okay, but don't. Team ain't broken up because the image and the way, and like every time, like you're gonna get triggered every time you have a fight. If that's gonna be the topic of discussion, we don't need that, man. That's just gonna be a distraction, man. So that was the first one, man. The second one, Turkey's guy going to purse bid. Turkey's guy going to purse. Hamza Shiraz and Diego Pacheco is allegedly going to purse bid. And if we were to read between Z lines, why do people typically go to purse bid? Especially a purse bid with the guy with the big bag. They call him Turkey Bag Yo. You know what I'm saying? Turkey Bag Yo. Call me when you want the big fight. You know, hey, go get with Eddie. Like, if you small potatoes, go get with Eddie. Call me when you want the big fight. His guy, the one all the conspiracy theorists would say, oh man, that's just, oh man, that belt's, man, they just wanted to take that belt away so that Turkey's guy can get it. Now, it's okay, so if that was the play, and Hamza had a chance to be able to pick Billy and Diego Pacheco, and so I'm guessing he rolling with Diego Pacheco, and it's ordered, and that's Turkey's guy. Well, all my conspiracy theorists out here that was saying that that's why that was happening like that. Like, so you mean to tell me that Turkey's guy can't get the bread he needs to have Turkey's guy have a fight? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of weird to me, man. Like, where are the conspiracy theorists that be running with stuff, man?
Yeah, where's that's Turkey's guy? So you know the next fight for Canelo is gonna be Hamza Shiraz. But that's Turkey's guy. But he's going in a direction of when we saw the fucking Pacheco fight, and I text you and I said, yeah, if I was Hamza, I'd get on that nigga right now.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, I don't know, maybe they read my tweet. So I mean, it's just something that just fits so graciously, because we had this conversation offline and you was like, yeah, it benefits Hamza all the way. It's a win-win for him. So they're taking advantage of that. Nothing, you know, we say that at times when we was talking about Boots at 47. Yo, he should go after Brian Norman because Brian Norman at this point seems to be the weakest champion. Then do this one and then do that one, and that's his path to undisputed. So you remove the competition. You remove the other big name. You look vulnerable, I'm going to beat your ass now. I'm going to hand you that first loss and slow your momentum down. So this way I got a clear run at 168 undisputed.
Yeah, and so I'm trying to ask, where's the money? Where's the money? Like, because Turkey and his money there, because he just announced something about Canelo in September, ironically, after we said over here in the housekeeping that David snatched Cinco de Mayo and he probably gonna get that September date. Then they make an announcement, so it's money there, but I'm trying to figure out why are they going to a purse bid? That's kind of strange for all the turkey lovers out there. You know what I'm saying? Any turkey lovers in the house? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just a question. Well, we gonna move on, man. We gonna move on. Number 3. Is Virgil still a duck? Cause I had a nice conversation. We had several conversations, and we was going over, you know what I'm saying, duckology and what the fuck is a duck, and we went over all the different types. It's like mainly 6 different types, and like I was saying I wasn't gonna throw nobody under the bus because, you know, we told you so about Eddie and Oscar. We told you the game that they play. But by default, when these guys choose to go with these guys, when these guys sign their name on the dotted line with these guys, we can't separate these guys. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta blame the Oscars and the Eddies, who are one and the same to me. But there was a lot of people out here adamant, having people banging their head up against the walls and all this and all that. Talk about Virgil was a duck, and I'm like, nah, we gotta stop because we gotta have more mature conversations. You recall these conversations, AC?
Oh yeah. Quite
Okay.
quite frankly, but it feels like it was an eternity ago because we were saying it so often.
Yeah, so I'm like, like I'm not. I said, listen, we weren't just adamant when Boots ducked, because by our definitions, when we talk about it, there's strategic duck, there's Muscovy Drake, which is the price out. There's all these different ducks. We went over that. We went over the Mallard, which is the fake of injury, Indian runners, which is the strategic one, black ducks is straight fear. We went over all of these different ducks, and we were saying, listen, let's qualify it. Let's not just be ignorant. Let's not be like those fans that Bob Arum said that like dumb as a box of rocks, where you can just toss them wherever they want. Let's use our critical thinking skills. Let's not get our blood pressure all high. Let's stay level-headed and have a decent conversation, and let's not bring out the knives and the pitchforks for Virgil. I laid out a template for how it took forever for Jaime Munguia to get off the pot. It took forever for Zerto to get off the pot. It took forever for Ryan to get off the pot. Whereas Ryan had to basically punch Oscar in the ribs to get the tank fight and finally get off the pot. But they actually had to do something. So lo and behold, news comes out that Virgil is actually suing Golden Boy. And then I seen the clap back where Oscar already then came out and clapped back. But for all these people that came out with the knives and the pitchforks for Virgil, is your backtrack gonna be as loud, or you gonna whisper like y'all do with Tank? Is your like, I was wrong? Like, it'd be crazy if we had to start eating crow over shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you wrongly call somebody a duck and it's proven that your logic was all fucked up, we should have to make you eat some crow. You know what I'm saying? We should start doing that, because, you know, if you miscall a duck, then you should have to eat some crow. Salute Dev Wall. But Virgil suing Eddie, man. So all like them content creators that was all campaigning and just terrorizing Virgil and all that, it's kind of showing that he actually wanted to fight. That he do have Mexican pride, because they was coming for his Mexican pride, and like they was using the race car. They was out here showing their ass, AC.
Oh yeah, for sure, bro. That I mean, the way they tried to paint Virgil, it was just like, wow. And I was pretty adamant, like, bro, I don't think Virgil was gonna duck, because there were so many offers when Virgil was at 54. When Boots was talking about he wanted to go up to 54 after the Quran fight, they was talking about Virgil. So I'm like, I don't really know about that one right there. I can't co-sign that, you know. But at the end of the day, man, people are the Beehive is gonna go and do what the Beehive does. Start swarming around the issue and then making everyone believe that issue is actual reality.
And, you know, all they do really is just show how every opponent, this is what I be trying to tell Dev and them, but I guess it's part of the game. Because when you start having a fan base that's like that, then like if you become a potential opponent, that's all you had to look forward to. If you don't do any and everything they say, boy, you're gonna be you gonna be on here getting cyber bullied by they gonna be calling you all kind of ducks or sending packs of duck sauce to your house and saying quack quack. You gonna have to get a ductionary and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like we gotta relax with all that duck shit. Like, sometimes, like I be saying, it be the business, man. So in that particular case, Oscar's really showing his true colors. Like I said, I'm like, man, if we gave. You know what I'm saying? We could be French. We gave many examples of how Oscar pretty much held up some things or kind of was getting in the way in some of the other maneuvers. Now, we had times when he was trying to get people like Canelo. We spoke about that, like the falling out that he had with Canelo. But as far as like these crop of champions, it just depends. So they're trying to. We still gotta wait now, because the suing came out, so that might have gave Virgil a reprieve right there. And now it's almost like, okay, well, is is Oscar capping? Because he's adamant about saying all I was trying to do was get my fighter the more money. That's all I was really trying to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get his manager out the way. So that's Oscar's stance. And we got to see how that play out. But like all of this knives and pitchforks, calling everybody a duck for whatever and just like wasting your breath, like knock it off, calm down. Let's qualify it. With a term discussed. If they couldn't agree on terms, it's not a duck. Live to fight another day. There are other fish in the sea. Like there's plenty of quote unquote big fights or competitive fights to where if you creative and you match it up right, I mean you always gonna make some bread. You make a good fight. You know, work on your matchmaking skills, man, and chill out for a second.
Yeah, that's generally what it is, because we've been saying this for years. You know, whether me and you were connected or not, but the ideology of, at the end of the day, when boxing was at that standstill, I'm quite sure at that point you were out here saying, listen, if you just make the big fights, people gonna tune in. You trying to sell us on fights that we don't give a fuck about. And if the business can only make that level of fight, then be honest and tell us at this point.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But if you give us the big fights, I'm telling you, man, people gonna tune in, they gonna watch, they gonna get behind, you know, the promotions and stuff like that. And you really never needed a turkey to come in. Well, Turk came in to flex money that you guys could get if you just make the big fights. Because at the end of the day, Turk's numbers, this whole venture was actually a loss.
Yeah.
So he put in all of that money and it turned out to be a loss, because even in what he was doing, he only gave us a handful of fights that we really, really wanted to see. Nobody was actually asking for Terence Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez. We were asking for David Benavidez versus Canelo Alvarez.
Exactly.
We asked for Bivol versus Beterbiev. You gave us that. You gave us the Tyson Fury and Usyk fights. We applaud you for all of that.
Yep. Undisputed at light heavyweight, undisputed at heavyweight. Yep.
Exactly. We applaud you for that.
Undisputed at 68, even though that's not what we didn't ask for, but you know that was you know, you did that.
Yeah. Pretty much outside of those things right there, you didn't give us anything else. You gave us
when Bivol,
like, come on.
Yeah, because we could have got Bivol and Benavidez. Blocked that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
He blocked that. Said, don't bite then. All right, Bivol, don't bite the hand that feeds you now. You know. So it's just Yeah.
I was just gonna end it by saying Turk's record is 70-30. 70% loss, 30% you gave us what we wanted.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I agree. The last one, man, I kind of jumped on this one a little bit with the whole, you know, calling people and accusing people of ducks and coming with the knives and the pitchforks, like y'all doing Richardson Hitchens right now. You know what I'm saying? It's like none of the shit is none of it's qualified. It don't make sense. And you know, you're gonna be a hindsight. It's 2020. Is, you know what I'm saying? It's time to go on and having to do the same thing. But like Tank falls in that category to where they still shout about Tank, but whisper about everybody else. Man, I haven't seen, like, I've seen people do. I seen somebody get, like, at the time when I looked, they had 4.4 thousand views based on it. And this guy, it's clear that he gets paid to hate and shit on Tank, to shit on anything PBC, anything Earl Spence. He was really on this campaign for the whole Virgil ducking boots. He was really on this campaign. And so I'm like, it's clear these guys getting paid. Now there are content creators that get paid and they know to say take name and put him in the thumbnail. That's why I try not to take advantage of it like that. If I actually do a video about Tank, I'll have his thumbnail on there. But I got away from doing it because so many people put his name in stuff and put his picture up on stuff just to be sensational. And it's like they waited. It's almost like how the one dude celebrated the other day and said God was good because Brian Norman Jr. got fired by his son. You know what I'm saying? It's like you got those kind of fans, so it's like take note. Don't listen to me. Because I said I'm gonna be loud about Tank and his indiscretions when they are just as loud about their favorite fighters and their indiscretions.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty much not gonna have to come out and do this. But look, take note right now, y'all, of all the people who used Tank's name and did lives and got all these spent all this energy. Just take note of who that is. And just remember, because DV has been a case on the guy that fights on the 31st, the guy involved in the Brian Norman Jr. fight who took his, like DV has been all in there, like these same similar things have been all on them. There's actually film of one of these boxers like literally punching a girl. He didn't even drop her. Like there's actually footage. There's a report out here that a young man pushed down his pregnant lady and all. I keep inside the ring for the most part. That's why, like, one that protects me. I'm not gonna be a hypocrite and get too far outside of things that go on outside of the ring, except for things that are said and done to impact and influence a fight or contribute to holding up a fight. Things like that might happen outside the ring, like press conferences, interviews, like interactions, stuff when stuff come out about sparring and my theories about that. I, for the most part, try to keep it inside the ring. So it'd be uncharacteristic for me really to go all out of my way to report on those things. I never have. I want you all, the listener, to take note of who's reporting on all these things and how much time, effort, and energy they're spending on it. And then ask yourself and look at these boxers that they call their favorites and ask yourself, did they do the same thing for them? Were they just as loud that they are for Tank, did they are for him? Or are they whispering? Or do they not do anything? And are they hypocrites? That's what I'm asking everybody. But what you got on that, AC?
Basically, I can just say ditto. I mean, it's not really anything I could like really add to that because it would just kind of be redundant. So I'll just keep it as ditto. I'm on the same page.
All right, well, shoot, we can go ahead and get into the meat and the potatoes. Man, it was early, man. In the last couple of days, I have been thinking about this fight, and I pretty much got up an hour earlier than what I had to, so I was up, and I don't know why I was thinking about this Shakur and this Teo fight, and I kept thinking about this, like in my like the feeling I've been getting here lately is that there are a lot of people out here that are truly interested in this fight. It's not getting a buzz, but I'm getting the feeling that there's a lot of people that believe. They're not going to get out, you know what I'm saying, with their bullhorns and say this, but they believe that Teofimo Lopez is going to win. They believe that. There's a lot of people that buy the book, they, you know what I'm saying, they pretty much say that they know Shakur is going to win because he's just going to box, he's going to stick to what he do. Teo just can't outbox him and this and this and that. And there was a face-to-face that aired the other day. And it was a short one, and we talked about it. We talked about it a little bit the other day, but I kept thinking about Teo and analyzing like how he was behaving and how he was acting, and he had like this kind of like solemn demeanor. And I was looking at it and I was just saying, man, it reminded me back to when I was being a fan of Teo and a lot of people were shitting on him. Like I was defending him about the Undisputed and all this. Like when he wasn't getting like He was just saying, listen, I want to get paid. I've done more than all of these guys. I'm doing what Boxing Fans want. And at the point in time, he was telling the truth. He suffered the loss with Cambosis and took some heat. But I was like, man, I had been starting to see Tio as the anti-hero. Like, he was like the guy that's not understood, the guy that got, because I always say, what's the villain without weapons? Tio got plenty of weapons. You know what I'm saying? And now he's playing on the character, but he's more like the anti-hero. And when you got guys that's running around like this, like Batman and Robin, BFFs forever, they're going to tag team, triple team, quadruple team the game. You kind of need these kind of guys. You need the anti-hero. You need the guy that's like, man, you know, somebody to shake it up, somebody to make the boxing story, to bring it all. And when I was seeing Tio, man, he kind of had a lot of the dispositions like the Joker have. Like, a lot of people don't understand. It's a method to his madness. There was some kind of principle to how he did it. It's just that a lot of people just, at the end of the day, pick and choose, but they see him as a clown. So a lot of people have been seeing Tio as a clown, and they've been disrespecting Tio, because in all actuality, he is the guy that actually holds the belt. So he is the one that's actually defending his strap. They're asking questions like, if he wins, you know, will he be able to upset Shakur Stevenson? They put in Shakur Stevenson's name first. The same thing that they was actually doing with O'Shaquie Foster and Stephen Fulton, even though O'Shaquie Foster was the reigning defending champ, and Stephen Fulton was moving up to see that man for his strap. They still was giving all the respect. Some of it was promotional wise. I don't know what this is, because these two guys, like Teofimo, was still top ranked. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure what Shakur is. I don't know if that's Turkey's guy, if he considered Turkey's guy. I don't know how that all works. I'm not sure. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But they're treating it as if Shakur Stevenson is defending his strap and Tio's the one moving up. And so part of that is like, Tio got a little chip on his shoulder. He's a little hostile. He's a little upset. And for me, this is the perfect climate. This is the perfect crossroads, the perfect storm for Tio to draw upon some of the same things that he had in the past, where he was rated and looked at as the underdog, the one that was more underskilled. Because how many times did we hear that Lomachenko was going to outbox Teofimo Lopez? I mean, damn, he didn't even get, when Teofimo technically did what he needed to do to become undisputed, he never got the credit. But then when it came up to Josh Taylor got the credit because he went undisputed. And he, you know, and he moved up and spanked him too. So this is the perfect storm for Tio to have a chip on his shoulder, to come into this fight like, hold on, man, listen, man, I'm the takeover. You can't come take over my stuff. And at the same time, I'm the champ defending mine. You got to come take my straps. I got the ring. I got the WBO. You small potatoes. You trying to put me in the same boat as a Pater? I'm going to show you something. And so Tio is eerily serious. He looks dangerously poised. And Teofimo, unlike a lot of people that like to play the villain role, Tio actually got some weapons. So I was looking at him like the Joker. He needs to have his Heath Ledger moment. And I say this, Jack Nicholson was perhaps the best Joker I've seen up until the one that Heath Ledger played. Like, that one has a whole different energy. I go back and watch it. That's one of the ones where if it's on or if I ain't got nothing to do, I'll sit back and watch that to see, because he played that role. He played his part. That was his defining moment. Now, we all know what happened after that. And we know that there were some questionable pieces of artwork in his catalog and some of the roles that he played, much like Teofimo Lopez. There have been some questionable roles that he's played in some of these fights that he had and things that he said outside. So he's had some questionable things. But the Joker role that Heath Ledger played is one of the coldest roles ever laid down on wax. That was his defining moment. You know what I'm saying? And can Tio be Heath Ledger? Because this is his moment. Because it looks like, because he who controls the printed page controls the thinking of this age. So the people that are writing the paper, the people that are conducting these interviews and putting people in line and sitting these people across and getting the message through the media as a medium to all the people, they have it looking like they believe Shakur is next. They letting Shakur move. He's supposed to be the guy who got the torch passed from Bud. He's co-signed by Floyd. He's co-signed by Andre Ward. He's, you know, Tim Bradley all on his nuts all day, every day. Like, he's the Batman. It's time for Teofimo Lopez to show up like Heath Ledger and play that role and do his part and stick the landing. That's the meat and potatoes. That's what we're here to talk about today, and that's how I see it. I think a lot of people would secretly want Teofimo Lopez to win. They don't like the things that he said and some of the question marks in his past, but they secretly want it. Why? Because of the way Shakur is moving, and they foresee what's going to happen if Shakur is to win this fight and move on. They let him move the way they have been moving him, and you know, him and Robin, the way they've been moving and how they've been getting praised and all that. Boxing is going to be in a weird state, but that's what I had, AC.
Yo, while you saying all of that, why am I looking at why does the Justice League keep coming to my mind? You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Savage is the Flash. Bud Crawford, Superman. Andre Ward, you feel what I'm saying? Is Aquaman or somebody like that. Clarissa Shields is Wonder Woman. You feel what I'm saying? So you got the entire Justice League, and when the crazy thing is they got the comic book where the Joker actually fucked up the entire Justice League. You feel what I'm saying? So it's fitting in this sense. When I watched that interview, right? There is a diabolical eeriness that Tio was displaying. Like, he's looking at him like, I just want you to know, I want the odds to go up. I want all of that stuff to happen. This is why I'm not complaining about it. When you trying to sit there and tell me that I was, what I said about them, about Top Rank only wanting to promote black fighters, and you trying to make it specifically about your goofy weird ass at this moment, I'm here to let you know it wasn't that. Because when you were there and I was there, guess who else was there? Terrence fucking Crawford, you idiot. So how the fuck be about you when Bud Crawford was there? Like, come on, what are you talking about? You know, so when it comes down to shit like that, Theo's diabolicalness is in the fact that Shakur, when they talk face to face, lives in this world of delusion and pettiness. Mm-hmm. When he was talking about, yeah, when this happened and when that happened, Shakur, he would have told the motherfucker the time, the date, and the actual, you know, seconds that was on the clock when Tio said what he said. He was like, no, you said this. And I just started laughing like, Shakur, you can't be this petty. Just let it go. You're going to fight the dude. At the end of the day, trying to get into these debates over something that's so meaningless is not important. And Tio's trying to let you know that none of that petty shit is actually important, because we're gonna fight. At the end of the day, no matter what I said, no matter what you said, it don't matter no more, because we're going to fight. And if you think that what I said back then was solely about you and you trying to make it personally about you, that I've been attacking you since we were on Top Rank together, I'm about to really fuck you up, bro. Seriously. I'm about to really, really fuck you up because your head is not where it needs to beat me. And that's the one sneaky thing Tio keeps trying to let him know. Like, all of this shit you saying, your headspace ain't really there to beat me, because the other guys that I had the bad performances with, their headspace was a little bit different. Yours is not on that level, so I don't know. You reminisce about other things and shit that don't matter.
And he keep catching them. Like, if they playing chess, Tio keep catching them with little things, because sometimes Shakur, and this, I've been saying this before this fight, I was doing videos saying, man, listen, I be a fan of Shakur when I yell ding ding, because if I go by what he say, it's like you give the fuel. He made this big deal about Teofimo Lopez and how he only fought Lomachenko like that because he was smaller than him, and this and this and that. And I'm like, I mean, okay, keep going, Shakur, keep going, I'm listening. And Teofimo was like, he's like, man, skills pay the bill. Size, it's not the size, it's the skills. And Shakur instantly like, yeah, you right. But the irony of it is, when you look at the landscape of 140 and the fact that he had the WBC, not the WBO, and all those things that I was correlating with being Keyshawn's work, since he had the WBO, the one that Abdullah now has at 35, and he was supposed to be moving up because they had that whole history on stage, and how Shakur got on the horn to make the call to get this fight. And Teofimo Lopez, when you look at the landscape of 140, he's the smallest. He's considered the smallest one. He's the one that's not like the weight and having to miss weight and all that. No, because Tio is the smallest he's on the scale. Like, when you think about it, you got Richardson, you had Richardson Hitchens, you had Sabril, and you had Gary Antoine on this. And for years, this is why I was trying to say about Shakur. I was like, man, listen, I just keep it funky on Shakur. For years, it's been at least 2 years, Shakur had been saying that, and by the way, he's like, man, yeah, Tio, and I'm actually bigger than him. He's been on record saying that. Like, Shakur has been bigger than Tio for a minute. Yeah. So for him to use that, is like, you only did that to Lomachenko because you feel like you're bigger. And for Shakur to actually literally, this is what I be trying to say, they be having their hand in your pocket. You can feel their fingers on your balls, but you won't say nothing. You won't say, get your hand out my pocket. You take the reach around. I don't. I'm like, nigga, get your hand out my pocket. I'm sticking the jab.
Yeah. Now, in that same situation, I brought up the fact that when I heard it, it automatically made me say, isn't Valdez smaller than Lomachenko?
Yeah, and Valdez, yep.
I'm like, bruh, your biggest fight, the fight that got you the most accolades, was against a guy who was smaller than Lomachenko, because that's the fight they deemed to be a lineal fight. You versus Oscar Valdez. That's where you got your first lineal championship at 130 pounds. You got the belt, you got your lineal. At the end of that fight, that's when you said, y'all can call me a pound for pound now, right? Y'all can call me a pound for pound, right? And that's the fight where you was telling everybody, when I beat this dude, I want everybody to recognize that I'm a pound for pound fighter. So you knew everything that was on the line, but the guy was smaller. So you're going to tell that guy that he did something that was in line of what you did. You're going to try to take his credit because you said he fought a smaller guy. Meanwhile, you say you're bigger than Tio, which then you're bigger than Loma, which then you're bigger than Valdez.
Exactly.
Whoa.
And you was caught trying to fake like you was rough and tough, trying to go at Lomachenko at a turkey fight, saying you want the smoke, and this is after Teofimo beat him and after Devin already beat him. Like, so it don't make sense. But salute, Dev. What's up, Dev?
Hey, what's going on, Bodywork? Shout
What's
out
happening?
AC.
What's going on, bro?
Man, y'all are cooking this Shakur Teo fight. It's a lot of variables I don't think people are recognizing, man. What do you guys think about this? Teo's punch selection. Is this the best Shakur has faced in terms of punch selection as a fighter? I can't think of anybody.
I would say possibly, because I haven't seen a lot of what was the other guy that was
Joey
there?
Gonzalez?
No. The dude
Yoshino?
who beat the dude who beat Lamont Roach. Shakur beats this dude.
Jamel Herring?
Yeah, Jamel Herring. I don't know where I would place the accuracy meter on Jamel Herring. Although everybody was saying at the time Jamel Herring was nice, he was the man, he was yada yada yada. So as far as punch accuracy, the only other name that would probably be close to Teo is Jamel Herring, but you had more of a workout session and relationship with actually being in the ring and working with him and yada 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 with Jamel Herring that you just don't have with Teo. So to me that's a question that I would be like, that is a really, really good question. If I was to answer it blindly, I would just say I'd probably give Teo that edge because of what Teo was able to accomplish, and you're not going to beat a Lomachenko if you're not accurate. You're not going to be able to make Lomachenko put his hands in his pockets, because you're accurate. And the whole part of Shakur saying, well, he just didn't throw any punches. Teo answered it perfectly because I didn't let him. I was like, oh shit, he just crushed you. So, yeah. Malazar, what's good, bro?
What up, guys?
What's happening?
I'm not too loud. I'm not sound like I'm yelling and stuff.
No, you good, man.
We're here, listening to you all guys and stuff. Say hello to the chat. Ooh, Teofimo, Shakur. I told you, like it's not gonna be an easy walk for Shakur. It's not. Like, let's see what Teofimo gonna bring too, because we know how he is. But I think how this fight it is in his career, the meaning of the fight, like Subir is down now. Like I've been here the tenure, so it's a lot on him too. It's a lot in his head. It's a lot of pressure too that he got. Shakur is more cocky, like I got this in the pocket, I'm gonna be the next, because everybody wanna keep bringing that name, Floyd, like, bro, chill out, because yes, it's a group that have Floyd as the greatest fighter of all time, but it's another huge group that blame Floyd for destroying boxing. So a lot of people don't even like to hear I'm the next Floyd, because it's like, oh shit, you're gonna destroy boxing too, yeah. So it's like, I don't know. I see, because in the video, that you told me to go and watch, yes, I see Teofimo more concentrated, more mature, more adult. It's not that Teofimo from Camboso or the Teofimo from no. This is older Teofimo. This is a mature Teofimo with a child, a man. Like, oh no, I come to do business here. I'm come to the game. I'm coming to win. This is my legacy. This is my name, and I'm not gonna let this kid destroy my legacy. You feel me? I saw from Shakur, like, yeah, I'm the cocky guy. What you gonna, like, I'm the favorite. I am this, and you haven't proven that yet. You have couple good last fights, and you have done stuff, but for the people like wanna see you. you haven't proven your shit yet. Yeah, you got titles and stuff. Yes, but we know in this era that's easy to grab. If you got a good promoter, you can have 4 titles against nobodies. You're gonna get email titles. Like now, it's like you're gonna prove yourself in the ring with the most consistent champion we have so far. Because nobody have hold the belt like this long. He don't fight. He fight every 18 months, whatever. Yeah, that's it.
But what about what Dev asked the question? He said, as far as punch selection, like is Shakur facing the guy with the most vast or best punch selection?
Oh, well, Teofimo got good punch selection. Shakur got it too. It's not only his defense. I don't think Shakur is just defense and back foot and stuff. I think he got a lot of stuff out of him. Like, are you gonna be able to perform, or Tio will not gonna let you allow to do that? Like it's too big question, because people was talking about Puello and how good he was and stuff, but Matias never let him do his plan of the back foot and jabbing and having the space. He was right there. People was telling Dalton Smith, like, no, bro, you need to move and stay outside, don't go to the pocket with him. Hell no, you beat the storm with the storm. Like, so this is what we're gonna see.
So basically, he's asking, in that scenario you're given, is when they're in that storm, is this gonna be the highest level of the guy being able to land because Tio has good punch selection?
I don't think it's gonna be for punch selection. I think it's gonna be more for heart. I think it's gonna be more about heart and passion, and who wanted more than the punch selection. Because both, it's not gonna be a toe-on-toe and a war, I don't think, but it's gonna, the mind game. Who gonna get frustrated first? Who want this more? Who want to prove to the world that I'm the true champion, or I am the next superstar? This is this fight. Who gonna prove to the world I am the next big star? Not the next Floyd, fuck that shit. The next star, the next guy that, because we know Tank Davis, some group don't like, they envy because he been making money and doing his business his way. So, hating on that. But the machinery, who gonna be the new star of the machinery? It's gonna be Shakur, it's gonna be Teofimo. So I think hard and who wanted more is gonna be more than punch selection. Punch selection, both got good punch selection, both got good,
Yeah, so it gets the only reason why I think the question, and probably us three think the question is highly relevant, is because if you got good punch selection and you got power behind that good punch selection, we've never really seen Shakur in that situation to where both of those attributes were in the opponent that he was facing.
Oh yes. This is gonna be the toughest one. Like, none of the boxer he has faced got everything that Teofimo had. Like Teofimo got everything that Shakur has never. Maybe he has faced one of the attribute, but all the attribute that Teofimo
that's what we saying. That's what we saying. Put all of that together and then put in the punch selection. That shit made
the movement, the ring IQ, the maturity,
the thing that really determines the fight. Will is going to do it, but if you got better punch selection and the bigger will, you're probably lining yourself up for a one-sided ass whooping, to give a one-sided ass whooping, or you're lining yourself up to be the one to get the stoppage.
Yep. Like I see, like, Shakur can show us a little bit of Pernell Whitaker and Sad Judah, in the movement, the pocket, hitting, moving around, the rope a dope, get out of here, pam, 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 and give us action. Like he got that talent, It's not just the back foot. Like he got the talent to use the whole ring, everything, make you pay, make you miss, frustrate you, pull his tongue out, be cocky, arrogant, and play with your mind games. He got everything. I'm not saying he don't have all of that, but do he have the maturity? Do he have the heart? Do he have, that what is needed to, what Dalton Smith had to destroy the monster? Do Shakur have that in him to destroy the takeover? That's what I want to know, and make it interesting. I hope they give us a good spectacle. Don't make me freaking be mad after the fight is over and come over here like, this fucking asshole, blah, 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 blah. I hope not. And I hope I come back happy. Like, damn, that was a fight.
So I had this question for the panel. What do we think? Is it part of his strategy, or what do we think about Teo telling Shakur to his face, I'm going to make you quit?
I've never seen a fighter make Teo keep his hands in his pocket. Even all the questionable fights that are brought up with Teo, he's never just had his hands in his pocket. And I believe that Teo believes Shakur don't have shit coming back for him. I mean, this is it's a big step up fight for Shakur. He's gonna have to be sharp.
Yeah, I think for both, it's a big. Yeah, he got Lomachenko, the gold medalist and stuff. He's a gold. I call him the Ukrainian Ramirez. Both got the same stats, the same career, but Camboso was a good experience. He got a couple good guys that put him, like Taylor. Taylor was an awesome fight. My freaking God, that was a good fight. Like both guys won it.
Yeah, that's so. Like I'm leaning more towards the lane in which Dev is at, because I'm glad somebody else brought it up. I try not to bring up the whole phalanges thing. When you moving up and you got more weight, and there was something about I think Tim Bradley was even getting on Shakur because he contributed to this, because they say he was cheap. He keep using the same hand wraps, so he got them. They be saying he got them baby hands, man. If he get in there with Teo, and Teo feel like, man, this little baby, these little baby punches, like, and he try to start walking, like he walked through that shit, like. Yeah. Shakur could be in trouble, man, because Teo can punch, man. And sometimes Shakur be so relaxed because he's so used to being so elusive. When he get caught thinking that he in a spot where he can't get touched and he get touched, it's not going to be like that Zepeda stuff where the ropes is right there. Like, Teo's going to put him down.
Yeah, the only reason why I was asking the question, because there's something that, to me, there seems a similarity. You and this similarity I'm going to mention is in Sean Porter's dad, and I see that same type of mentality and attitude in Shakur's grandfather. You feel what I'm saying? That if the fight starts to go a certain way, I don't believe Shakur quits. I believe him when he says there's no quit in me. But I can't speak for your grandfather. Yeah. That towel might be an issue for your grandpops when that storm and you may be flailing a little bit, and it's one round you get caught, you're flailing, it's clear that you're hurt. The second round, you get hurt again, you're flailing, you're trying to move. Grandpops is begging like, yo, I need you to do something. You know what we worked on. Step around, do this, do that, tie him up. And you try that stuff, and them shots ain't working on Teo. Teo blasts you again, you in trouble. that towel probably gonna fly. The grandpop's like, nope, I'm not gonna watch my son get knocked the fuck out and then have to go and deal with his family like that. I know
Yeah,
this.
but the towel is worse. Better let him get knocked down than the towel. For real. Like you throw that towel, you're gonna freaking curse his career forever.
No, he
You
didn't.
let him lose. Say, stay down, motherfucker. Stay down. But don't throw that towel.
Pull a Ryan Garcia then. Get shot to the body and just look at him like, yeah, I see you counting. I ain't getting up though.
Yeah.
When you get to 10, I'm gonna get up.
Yeah.
Not
like
before. You know?
Wow.
I mean, I
That,
don't
that
know.
or the stool, like just not like what Stanyanis did. I think Stanyanis should have came out, maybe let if it got out of control, like I don't like that stool. Like, yeah, he can't go on the stool and they can't. Well, they can throw in the towel, but it's like he said, it ain't gonna be a good look.
Yeah, I get it. It ain't go like, but I'm just saying it like this. For Shakur Stevenson and moving towards his career, and I'm just throwing out the scenario, what if he loses? You feel what I'm saying? And loses in a certain fashion. You feel me? So when I say that and I look at, okay, Shakur Stevenson getting knocked out, how does that play for your career when you're Lil Bro? How does that play for your career when you're Big Bro to Keisha? So I don't know, like, with the Shakurian mob, I can tell you what he just got caught. He just got caught. That's all. Come on, man. Everybody get caught. He just got caught. That's what they going. It's not gonna be skill. It's not gonna be everything. It's just gonna be he just got caught. You feel what I'm saying?
Every boxer got their mob. That mob that gonna defend them. No,
yeah, exactly.
So
the point I'm saying is this: if the towel gets thrown in, what argument? And I'm only thinking it from the Shakurian standpoint. What argument holds better? He just got caught, or he didn't quit. It was his grandpops that threw in the towel, like they were saying about Sean Porter.
Doesn't matter. Fans don't. Oh my God, they gonna bury him. They Shakur haters. And shit. And
I get it. It was just a little thought. Little change.
They gonna bury him. Like, oh my God, I'm not here in the media and all that stuff. Remember, these are the media guys. These are not the guys that are down there like scraping and stuff and clawing to get to the top. These are the guys that the media put like, okay, boom, 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 and I got you there. You're the superstar, the name, and we talk about you. These are the names. So if they throw a towel to one of the names, then what you got? You cannot sell because the fights are fighters trying to fight the names. And if one of the names throw the towel, now you lose a big business. It's better he get knocked down, come back. I was coming up weight, whatever excuses they want to use, and blah 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 blah. Or Teofimo, I've been a long time without fighting. I got 18 months.
I don't know. Me personally, I could probably live with throwing in a towel because I know my corner's gonna tell me you gotta show me something or I'm gonna stop this shit.
I know. Sometimes it's good to happen.
And sometimes that's the TKO. The ref is telling the dude, listen, he walks over to the corner. Listen, guys, he's got to show me something or I'm going to stop this fight.
Yeah, and we understand it. But I'm saying the masses, remember, Shakur, Ryan, Teofimo, who else? Haney. It's a couple names out there that the media put us there, and those are their guys. Remember, they call them the Four Kings. Like okay,
I would just, I'm just saying it like this.
One of the Four Kings throwing the towel. Shit.
I'm just saying it like this. When we saw Ryan take the knee, that was a body shot. Still a TKO. He was wide awake. He just waited. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We saw, if Devin was considered as one of them, we saw Devin, get knocked down, and then keep getting back up and still trying to fight.
Yeah.
We saw Teofimo Lopez get knocked down, start the fight, got the knockdown back, but lost the decision. You feel what I'm saying?
But
when you really look at the Four King situation,
and what
none of them was ever knocked. None of them was like never knocked out cold to where you're knocked out. You're not really your faculties were like a Fundora knock.
Yeah, no.
Like Fundora was sitting there. He could hear the dude counting. He's looking at him. He's looking at the ref, nodding his head, but he just didn't realize how he got here. He was more fucked up on that. Like, yo, I don't know what really the fuck is going on. Like, just give me a second. Wait, hold on. I hear you count, but I just need you to slow down on that for a second. I'm trying to figure out the fuck's going on over here. Like, if Shakur is knocked out like that, you feel what I'm saying? That whole Four King things, it's like, bruh, you was who? And you got knocked out like that to where you didn't know where the fuck you was. You was not stupid,
was Teofimo. You feel me? The good part is Teofimo. So he's named by in a name, and you're coming up weight. Of course, it's gonna look bad, but it was
but it happened by Teofimo Lopez, so it's not as bad as if it would have happened by Floyd Schofield.
Yeah, exactly.
I get it. I get it. My case, I'll shut the fuck up. We can move on.
No, we're talking boxing, Like,
no, but look, if Tio was to pull off some shit like what Hamza did to Berlanga, oh man. Yeah. But somebody said I think it was Melazar. You said it's a lot of pressure on Tio. Let me ask y'all this. Is it more pressure on T.O. than it is Shakur? Because they highly esteem Shakur. They saying he the favorite.
Oh,
like they saying I got a survey up on the channel. It ain't that many. It's about what 8 people, almost 10 people done did it.
Everybody seen Shakur doing like a Foster on Teofimo, and I don't see that.
They saying, look, I asked the question. I said, if Teofimo Lopez successfully defends his strap, the WBO in the ring against Shakur, will it be considered an upset? And the majority of the people are saying, yeah, like it's like 60-40.
No.
What's crazy about that is, you talk about like championship level experience.
Yeah.
I think Bam has one lineal champion he's defeated. Was that Estrada?
I think Estrada.
Devin has one against Gambosas. Shakur, I don't think has any.
No, he doesn't.
This will be T.O.'s third. I don't think any boxer right now has 3 if he wins. Yeah. Terrence had 3. Terrence was lineal at 40, 47, and then 68.
Yeah, but he never defended his lineal. He never defended his.
He never defended nothing. Yeah. He was always captured something.
So this will be T.O.'s third lineal champion if he beats Shakur. That's impressive.
It is. Even if I don't want to get emotional, or if I like you or not. Like talking boxing, just talking boxing. Yes, been impressive. They've been good how they handle his career and been really good how he performed because he don't fail under the pressure or under it's not a lot of seats fill up or they're yelling or they're booing. Like he has performed every single time. So, Shakur too. Shakur is good. They've been taking it out, after that BS with De Los Santos, because De Los Santos don't know how to cut the ring, so he chooses to stay behind. And, I'm not fighting. Come to me. You don't want to. Well, whatever. It was a bullshit fight. Everybody.
I don't think he can afford to do that. I don't think.
No, he can't.
And they shouldn't though. Now if he do that, because if you go back and you score that fight. I challenge everybody to go back and actually score that fight. Don't go by the fact because we seen it with Jermaine Ortiz and T.O. So don't tell me we can't see it when it come down to Edwin De Los Santos and Shakur. Even with Boychuk and Virgil. Go back and actually score the fight and watch the fight. And then, like, even in that De Los Santos, you can't clearly say that Shakur won that. Like, because there's 4 scoring criteria. It's effective aggression. It's effective punching, defense, ring generalship, and effective aggression. So based on those criteria, and then the fact that there was a low output, there was such a small sample size, they set it was an anomaly. Like Regis Prograis and Zorilla, they actually set a record, right? And then a month later, maybe a little bit more than that, Shakur and De Los Santos set a record. And then it wasn't until the time when Devin and Jose Ramirez went on, they set a record. And then you had the Canelo Alvarez and the William Skull. So when you got that small of a sample size and you're using them 4 scoring criteria, you can't definitively say that this man should have got his hand raised. That was the business of boxing too, just like with Teofimo and Jermaine Ortiz, except for Jermaine Ortiz did a little bit more.
Remember a draw, but who was the main promoter? The Shakur, because Leko, which is a lower promoter, and of course they were not gonna give him a draw because the guy's from Dominican Republic. He's not even American. We brought you here to make Shakur look good and don't did nothing. Well, don't want to follow. Try to cut the ring. Try to do something. I'm not gonna blame everything on Shakur neither, because Shakur is Shakur, but De Los Santos, they don't want him to fight Kitchen because Kitchen was overweight. So cabrón, what you neither want to take risks neither, So whatever, because Kitchen fought the other guy that was overweight, but that's not what we're talking about.
I had a whole panel attack me when we cooked on that fight, and I was like, bro, y'all gonna hate what I got to say, man, but Shakur didn't win that fight. I said they just robbed De Los Santos of that victory, bro. If you talk about ring generalship, effective punching, all of that stuff, De Los Santos won that fight.
Yeah, but I see it more a draw because none of them.
It wasn't. When you look at it, I can't even give it a draw. If you follow that criteria, the way I was looking at that fight and scoring it, you feel what I'm saying? Yeah. Even if there was a round that you threw more punches, right? You still lost the other 3 categories because you weren't controlling. You didn't have ring generalship.
And that was Shakur's biggest, like that was the fight that's supposed to send him to stardom and bury him.
Exactly. I mean, you have to throw punches to win the fight, but there's still the other 3 scoring categories. And when I keep on looking at it per round and using all 4 of those scoring categories to where, people were out here saying if you use those same 4 scoring categories, Terrence Crawford didn't beat Madrimov, whatever. You feel what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I took all of those arguments and then I looked at this and then I said, nah. When I looked at the fight and then while dudes was talking, I'm watching the fight again and I'm like, nah, this nigga didn't win this fight, because at the end of the day, they should have took number 1 a point from him, because the ref warned him a couple of times about excessive holding. It was like, when are you going to take that point? And then Shakur was holding with his head. He's barely there where your head is not supposed to pass your opponent's belt line.
It's an unspoken rule. You have to beat the champion or prove that you did something to beat the champion. Like, for me, what did Skull, what did Ortiz, what did De Los Santos, yes, was expose the champion, but I don't feel that you beat the champion. That's why I say De Los Santos a draw. The other ones I saw more a winning for the champion, because they don't prove that they beat the champion. Yes, you scold them in defense or expose them in some of their weakness, but I don't saw that you beat them, with boxing, like beat them. I saw that you avoid them.
Look, but that's still debatable, because we in the era now where they favor the aggressor, if you notice.
Yep.
Like that's why Pitbull got so much credit, and that's why he get a lot of credit in his fight because they're and this been happening for the last. I say they've been heavy like this for about the last 3-4 years now, where that's really what they've been going after, like the aggressor. Like even if it's not effective aggression, even if it's not that effective, they're still leaning that way. So what's interesting is in the Shakur fight with De Los Santos was the aggressor, and he did more body work than what he's getting credit for because he was touching Shakur's midsection. He didn't get that many headshots. So as far as effective punching is like people do value. I don't know how the judges see it, but like a jab versus a hook or a punch upstairs versus a punch downstairs.
Yeah.
De Los Santos was going to the body. But a lot of times, unless it's effective to where you visibly hurt somebody, it's like they don't credit that as much. That's why I say Shakur, he had defense. You could say effective punching. At times, yeah. Like at times, that's debatable. But as far as ring generalship, like, and effective aggression, because when was Shakur's effective aggression? Like, okay, I mean, I guess when he chose to be offensive, but then how do you grade Edwin De Los Santos in that? Because he was effective when he was going downstairs, but he didn't get a lot of headshots. He didn't touch upstairs as much as he normally do. So that's why I just found it interesting because
always been like that.
Because Shakur, because listen, that was a vacant. Like there was no taking it from the champion. Like that was a vacant belt. So it wasn't like Shakur came in there with it and you come in like, no, that was vacant. That was the belt that Devin had. So neither one of them owned it going in. They were fighting for a vacant. So you can't say, oh, did he do another take from the champion? Now the champ, like the status that Shakur has. That's why I think that was more like they made that decision. Like.
Yeah, but always been like that. Like the head shots always gave more credit than the low shots. Like let's see, you can give me like 2-3 hooks, in downstairs, and when you're coming out, I hit you with the uppercut and your head pull back. They're gonna give more credit to that one uppercut than the 3 hooks you give me to my lower area.
But if you ask, but this is what's interesting about that. If you ask most boxers, they say they'd rather get hit in the face or the chin than the liver or the stomach. You see what I'm saying?
And last longer. The hits in the liver and the lower areas.
It takes longer. It takes about a round and a half to recover from that shit.
Yeah,
and I get what
almost 2 weeks.
I get what you're saying in the fact that certain punches have more effect, and like if you catch somebody in the body. Let's say with the body shots, Abdullah caught Sam Nookson, where you seen him like physically reacting back away. That's gonna score the same way as the uppercut Malazar is talking about. The one that come up and the whole head and everything comes back. You feel what I'm saying? People look at them the same, but the body shots. If you punch somebody in the head hard, you're going to immediately see the swelling. The body shot, you don't see it immediately, but you see it over the course of the fight.
Yep.
Because then it comes that one point where the guy's no longer moving that much. You see his guard is lower because he don't want to take no more than body shots.
That happened to Ramirez versus Espinosa. You remember that he get the knee in like the 11th round because he couldn't do it. Like,
and just to say,
working that fucking body work,
and just to land it to whereas I also pissed people off about the I think it was Oshaki and Conceição. Didn't they fight twice?
Conceição make it too boring.
Yeah,
and they give it to him.
The first fight, right?
Yeah.
I pissed some people off because I was like, I don't really know. I could see where everybody has their feelings about the fight, but that fight right there taught me one thing about the judges. Judges have preferences because they preferred the guy who was always on the front foot in that fight. And I was like, if Oshaki would have just backed that man up at least 4 or 5 of the 12 rounds, he would have won that fight.
Yeah,
But
but the
because
judges,
he did not back Conceição up, and
Because-
Conceição came forward for what it looked like for 12 rounds in a close ass fight like that.
but remember they felt like because they robbed Conceição from another fight, so give it, that
They
BS.
favored the
bro.
aggressor. It was just simply, in my opinion, in that first fight, they just straight up favored the aggressor.
But it is something to
They-
foster that be a little bit more aggressive. Don't always the back foot. I like Foster. For
Yeah,
real.
he learned
Ice
from that.
Man,
Yeah.
Otachi, shit.
He learned from it, but you have to default and say that they gave that to Conceição for being the aggressor. So they gave how effective it was. I'm not sure because the punches weren't that accurate because he was missing a lot of that shit, but he was forcing the issue. And when Hockey decided he wanted to fight, he was just on his defense. It was so bad that was the night when Shakur fought Artem.
Yeah.
And Wally was like, "You saw what they just did to Ashaki, man. Come on, man. Like, come on, dude. We said, like, man, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?" And he was getting mad, and he kept saying, "I'm gonna stop this dude." He's like, "All right, well, come on, man. Do what we worked on, man. Like, go out there and do what we did." He's like, "Yeah, all right. I'm about to stop him every round." But he alluded to that a fight, and where they saw, I was like, "Well, that was damn near like the same kind of fight."
Yeah. And that's why that's why I was saying in that fight, it just taught me that the judges that they had that night, unfortunately, you had 3 judges who were on the same time, who had that preference. I like the guy who's pressuring the fight. I like the guy that's throwing punches. You can be on the back foot, but if you ain't letting them hands go as much as the other guy, whether he missing, connecting, or whatever, he pressing the issue and throwing punches.
So
You're
if
bringing
we
the
go
fight.
back again, if Shakur got pressure, yes, I think Shakur have the same pressure as Teofimo coming to this fight. Only this pressure he's taking it with a cockiness, with a smile. Remind me of my cousin. Every time he got nervous, give me that stupid smile. Yeah. So Teofimo is more conscious of the pressure. I don't know if being like we say pichando in Spanish, like forgetting about the pressure and because and doing my thing is gonna work better. And when the pressure come in and the lights come in, what's gonna happen? Or Teofimo knowing what is at stake here, his legacy, his name, everything to be a main event and sell. So because Shakur got the pressure that you cannot be in the back foot all the time. If you want people buy you, if you want people watching you, if you want to make real money and sell pay-per-views, you need to, make the fight interesting.
So,
Or if you are too defensive, you can lose the fight. They score it to the other guy, So yes, he got that pressure. Like I need to entertain. I need to prove myself. I am the new kid in the block. Yeah.
but he's saying he wants to. When Shakur says, first I'm going to frustrate him and then I'm going to attack. So that means
Play with him
to
couple
the
rounds.
fans that watch you and know you, when you talk about frustrating someone, that means you're going to be mobile.
Yeah.
You're going to be mobile. You're going to try to pop shot, create those exits, and just pop, 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 pop. Pretty much try to repeat, rinse and wash of how Bud systematically frustrated Canelo.
What I thought that Ortiz was gonna do, I never did.
So the thing I'm saying is this. So which Shakur are we gonna look at? Are we gonna look at the Shakur that's telling everybody he wants to frustrate him? The Shakur that's telling everybody he wants to dominate him? Or are we looking at, maybe a hybrid of both of those ideologies?
Yes.
After I frustrate you, then I'm gonna try to dominate you.
Yes, that's what I think.
He's gonna frustrate.
You know,
but
AC,
he can't win with that style, in my opinion.
I was just
Like,
gonna say that, buddy. I that style will have to make Shakur throw his hands. I'm not saying he can't do it, but in order to do that, he's gonna have to throw his hands. And I don't know, man. I've never
If you
seen.
want to make money, you need to throw those hands and get clip one or two too. You know.
Because Tio's gonna throw his hands. I've never seen a fighter, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've never seen someone just keep his hands in his pocket. Tio's always gonna let his hands go.
Hell yeah! You
Yeah,
saw with Ortiz.
because even when you look late, go back and look at that last round in the Loma fight. Loma headbutted that dude because Tio, go back and watch the very end of that fight. Tio was down there getting ready to stop that dude, man.
Yeah.
Loma headbutted that dude, man. Like Tio, because he put his hands in his pocket for like the first 7. Then he started coming on like the 8th, 9th, 10th, and Tio started figuring out, okay, and they was getting all overboard because Loma was active. They was giving him rounds just because he was more active than he was in the first 6 rounds. So then Tio weathered the storm. He made a couple of adjustments, and go back and look at the end of that round. I mean, at the very end of that fight, man, Loma headbutted that dude and stopped the momentum because Tio figured out, okay, I'm gonna go to this motherfucker body, and then come back upstairs. So this is dangerous.
Corner game plan. I thought was because they got it in the first 4th round. They got Tio frustrated. So I thought in the 5th and 6th they're gonna start jabbing him and playing with him, pam, 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 and getting out, pam, 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 getting out. But they never did it. They stay in the back foot and avoiding, like, bro. And every time he get in the corner, like you said, Ortiz, come on. But no. So if the Shakur team get that frustration out of him in the first 2, 3, 4 rounds, and then start in the 3rd, 4th, start working him out, pam, pam, and hitting him, not let him hit you, just connect 1, 2, and move him around, move your head, and frustrating more. By the 6th, now you start working 1, 2, 3, and a combo, a combo here, a combo there, a couple jabs, and move forward. I think he can make it happen, but Teofimo throw punches, and let's see, like can be good.
This what I believe. I believe that Shakur do like what Tio says something in the face of. We sticking about what he says, and I'm trying to figure out. Okay, only thing I don't know is if Tio has fixed or corrected his issue with cutting the ring off. That's the only thing I don't. If he hasn't, Shakur gonna have his way, and I'm just gonna put it like that. But Shakur don't like to get hit. Tio said Shakur don't like to get hit, and when he faced with Nakatilia, he wasn't the same. The output wasn't the same. He can't win a fight like that with Teofimo. So if he get in there, he feel Tio, and he do what he did with Nakatilia. If he do what he did with De La Santos, he ain't winning that fight.
No,
like he's going to have to use his hands, right? And the thing is, when he fought Artem, at the end of that fight, he said, man, that dude hit hard. I don't know what y'all talking about. I'm like, all right.
Man, I forgot all about that. He did say that, huh?
Yeah, so he gonna go up there to that weight class. See, this is what, like, so he could do the Devin. He could do the Devin what Devin did to Norman. With Norman, like, I didn't see him putting hand. I never thought Norman would put his hand. I'm like, he going down swinging. I think you had to knock his ass out swinging fair. He put his hands in his pocket. We could see that.
Finish that fight in that round.
Yeah, but we could see that. Like I couldn't see that. I couldn't see Norman doing that. The thing is, when Tio get to cranking up his offense because he's twitchy, and it's probably gonna be some shit that Shakur don't see because he's gonna be so relaxed. It's like he's not gonna be able to do that shit where he just evade. Like, and if he give up the first 3 rounds, he's gonna have to get desperate. So it's gonna be but if Tio can't cut the ring off, okay, he can overcome that. But if he do that, he give up them 3 rounds because he's letting Tio chase him around or follow him around the ring, he's not gonna win that fight, bro.
And I think Tio's seen enough boxing in his, he's a boxing fan. He comes from boxing. He's seen enough of those fights to know not to approach it that way. Makes sense. I don't think he's gonna just follow Shakur.
No, I think Ortiz teach a lot to Teofimo, and because when he like following around. I think they work in that cut in the ring. Work lateral. You don't walk parallel. You
Yeah,
walk
yeah. It's
lateral
like
all
standing
the
in the middle.
time.
It's like standing in the middle and just turning. Like if he do that where he makes Shakur have to be opportunistic, the fight will be interesting. But he can't be stepping forward, almost like how your guy was doing this the other day.
Oh yeah.
Me and AC talked about it. Cologne.
Colon in the beginning,
Oh, yeah,
yes, he
in the
was
beginning he
following
was doing that. He was following. I said, man, he following because me and AC was texting.
because he won
both
that
was saying
knockout.
got
He
a lot
won
of
that
stuff to
fight.
clean up.
He thought the Mexican was gonna come forward, but that's when his corner is that no. Walk lateral, bro. Walk and catch him. And when he gonna go to the exits, grab it with your hook and push him back to you, and then you hit that right to him. You see that's what he do. Like he catch him like he gonna in the exit when he gonna do the exit, he grab him and bring it back. Now you stay here, boom, and hit it again. But
So
yeah,
this is what I
have
have to ask. This is what I have to ask. Was Manny Pacquiao good at cutting off the ring?
Yes, in a stand, yeah. When you put it with the athletic flow, it's different. But that's the reason people stop watching.
I'm going somewhere.
I see where you going with this, AC.
I'm going somewhere with this.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Basically, just like we said, I wouldn't go to Bozy Ennis to learn how to cut off the ring based on, body breaking down 3 fighters and stuff like that. Teofimo Lopez brought in Freddie Roach.
Boom.
So
that's a big step up.
So we're looking at,
but
or trying to get optimize what Freddie Roach and Teofimo Lopez are working on. You feel what I'm saying?
Yep.
I would probably guess if Teo is trying to fix it, he knows, all right, who I have in my corner, they may not be the guys to really make me understand why I need to move this way and move that way to be able to cut off the ring.
And you see, I don't know if you don't notice something.
Maybe the mind of Freddie Roach could help.
Listen here. What person you haven't here yet? Somebody that is not here is Teofimo Senior. Somebody can tell me that when listen to him talking in this fight about this fight, being in some social media platform, DAZN or something, it's not nowhere to be found.
Yeah, he did a little bit. He did a little bit in the initial press conference, but he's been quiet. Like he ain't been out there. I hadn't heard much. I haven't heard hardly anything from him. Yeah, he's been quiet.
That toxicity out of there, like that toxicity. No, they cannot have it in that gym in this camp. So
let me ask y'all a question. How do you think the crowd plays a factor in this fight? Ward gonna be there. Mayweather might show up. His boy Terrence gonna be there. Clarissa, he has a lot of support. Shakur has a lot of support from the boxing community.
So but let's see real fan base. Let's see the real fan base. What they gonna do? Because these are celebrities to call fans. Oh, look, the celebrities that they're gonna be in the ring already. So let's go over there to maybe we can meet them and stuff. That's to call and sell more tickets. And that shit is expensive. But I think the crowd, I don't know, because last fight was in a crowded place, in that tennis court in New York. That shit was the crowd was in Subriel went into the ring. So and he fought good, Shakur fought good, do really good entertainment and give a good fight. So I don't think for Shakur a big crowd will affect him, and neither Teofimo, because he been there already. He been in the brightest light.
That crowd is going to demand some blood,
some action.
Yeah.
Teofimo can
Yeah,
So,
give
that's
it.
what I was
so
getting at, body.
yeah.
Like the
So
But
crowd
but
factor
but the
is
told you
past
that.
what.
crowd wanted the action. You don't remember with Cepeda because they have a Puello and Subriel was the first fight and the crowd was there. All the Puerto Ricans, Dominican, everybody was there. So with Shakur coming, all the blacks come in there too. And Berlanga is at the end that nobody care about that shit. So the main event was the first fight, and the co-main was okay in the so
No,
those
no, but I'm saying this is the Garden.
I know.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
it's the
this.
Gordon. I
Yeah, but that
understand
was
that.
yeah. So
But that
like
part got what? How many seats that shit was? Like 9,000 people. So I know the Gordon gonna get bigger. Gonna be the auditorium or gonna be the big basketball court.
Nah, it's gonna be on the main. It's the main thing. They what is
Okay.
that? Four, 14 or 16,000 seats.
Okay. Yeah.
yeah.
The
That's
Turkey
so
wanna
so
make
that
it in New
that
York.
like
Yeah.
man. I'm telling you, they not man. They the minute it be man, there ain't gonna be too many like moments where they gonna be sitting around if it's a lull in the action. Like that shit gonna hit whoever evading. That shit gonna hit.
Yeah, this is the fight. This is the fight
Yeah.
that's gonna make you the name. You're gonna the one who win this fight is gonna be the name in the 140, okay? Because it's in the Garden, the main Garden. You bring celebrities. You're investing money in this car. This is where the Turkey gonna show the world what is the ring. So, but what is America going on? You wanna make it here? You need to. It's here. It's not in the streets of New York. So anyway. Yeah, but I don't. I think both guys been there already in certain point of their career, so I don't think like the crowds or the lights will affect both
I
of
think
them.
the crowd. If I'm gonna talk about the crowd,
Because Lomachenko and Teofimo was big and was a lot of people.
I'm gonna say it like this.
Well, remember that
And-
was around that. Oh, go ahead, AC.
No, I was gonna say it like this. In the sense of the crowd affecting them is Shakur saying he wants to dominate. He wants to do X, Y, and Z. You feel me? Both of these guys are the main event. Teofimo is gonna want to put on the show. You feel me? Shakur say he wants to display his boxing skill. So if it's a lot of posturing and a lot of chest matching, the crowd is gonna be like, I done paid way too much fucking money to sit here to watch that. They're gonna let them know right off the back, and more than likely who's to get the blame for that is the guy that's being dubbed boring.
Yep. And after
So-
this card of
so
Matias,
Tio is
and we
gonna-
don't know what Cruz and Murataya are gonna bring
You
us.
know, Tio is going to bring, the fight. He wants to bring the fight to say, listen, you coming up here. You coming up here. I'm not gonna be the guy. I'm called to take over. I can't take over if I'm my hands in my pocket and I'm just waiting for you to do something so I can react. Nah, So I think the crowd is gonna definitely have an impact on dictating the pace by the time these two guys get in the ring.
Yeah, but okay. Let's see. Teofimo being a main event for a minute now. Shakur, in the other hand, isn't. So this is gonna be his first real main event in America, like the real one.
Yeah, that's
I
why
hope
I
it's
brought it
gonna
up.
be
Like,
crowded, like they say they sold.
you're gonna have
Oh.
all the boxing legends there. I mean, it's just, you know what I'm saying? I think that
know what
plays a
happened
major
with
factor.
Haney?
A lot of boxers are gonna be there watching that fight.
So
Mhm.
and Haney and Ryan was in the crowd was the famous boxers and stuff, and we saw what happened. But I don't know, that's the reason I don't say Shakur is gonna win this fight so easy, and it's gonna be like, no, I don't see it that way. I see it. Teofimo can win it. Shakur can win it. Both got what it takes, but I don't see like how everybody, yeah, Shakur got this shit. This is gonna be a easy walk in the park. No, I don't see a easy walk in the park. I see a good fight if both guys put it into a show. I see a good fight that in any night, Teofimo can win by knockout, or Shakur can win that he can win the scorecard like he won, not that he run or stuff like he make him miss and pay. He worked like he give an interesting fight, but yeah, he won by scorecard, but was entertaining. It's not just running backwards and avoiding punches. Like that's how I see it. Like any other night can happen one of those, or Teofimo can knockout, because I see the knockout because Shakur is coming up from a lower weight class. He's not that big as Subriel, as Hitchens, as Russell, like he's not a big guy like those guys that they can do 47, like and we saw how small but Shakur is smaller. His frame is smaller, like a Keith Colon's frame. So coming up weight maybe advantage to Teofimo, so he can do. I don't know. We don't know if they found more power in 140, and now the Shakur knocked the shit out of Teofimo. We all are like, oh my god, anything can happen in a boxing match.
So let me ask y'all something, man. What y'all think about the undercard?
Fire.
Maybe no.
Man, fire. That's a nice card overall. What think Bachman's on that card?
Who are? Let us know who are, so I know.
Keyshawn's on that card. I think
yes,
Choo-Choo's on that card.
Keyshawn versus Ortiz is the co-main?
It's
the co-main.
Keyshawn versus Jermaine Ortiz.
Okay.
Carlos Adames versus Austin Emma Williams, and Bruce Carrington versus Carlos Castro.
Ooh,
I think Big Baby got. Yeah, Choo-Choo.
That's a call.
What, Baby Miller or Big Baby Miller? Yeah. Which baby?
Big Baby Miller.
Ooh, the big guy. Yeah, I like him. He gives good fight. I'm on a good. Yes, it's entertaining. But I got Choo-Choo, of course. Like I even know who is his opponent. I'm like that one. I say by heart.
That's the guy who dropped Fulton the fight. Remember the fight after the NOA fight when he came back? He got dropped. I thought he won. Like I thought he won. I thought that dude won. But that's the guy. If you go back and look at the fight when Fulton came back and he got dropped and by that dude, not the Figueroa fight, but the other guy. And what y'all think about the Carlos Adames Ammo fight? Because I ain't gonna lie, I used to sleep on Carlos Adames, man. But Austin Ammo was always like, I always rooted for Ammo because of his backstory and stuff like that. And he's one of the most athletic fighters out there. That dude could be a gymnast. Like he could really be a gymnast. Like he know how to do he know how to do like acrobats, like like no hands running and like all them tumbling and all that. Like I just think that his shoulder, like he's built kind of weird because I think he got wide shoulders, but I think his arms are kind of short for that division. So he got real broad shoulders, but then he got short kind of.
That's 160, arms. Right? Carlos Adames is 160. Yeah.
And he fighting Carlos Adames, who I was sleeping on, man. But the way he boxed Hamza Shiraz, I was impressed. I think they pickpocketed Adames. I think he should have got a win, like straight up. But I think I'm kind of leaning towards Carlos Adames.
Carlos El Bronco Adames. Yeah, the other
guy.
Adames
too. I think he's going to put the pressure on Ammo. Ammo's going to have to come to fight. I like Adames in that fight.
Like I got Adames too because even though their fighting styles are similar to me, Adames is the more polished version of their type of fighting style because they both like them hooks. They like to get in and then let them hooks fly. For me, it's just an experience gap. It's going to be a technical gap and the experience gap, and that's where I think I actually got Adames for the stoppage. I don't know what round is going to happen, but I think he stops Ammo and shit like that. If Ammo ain't clean up, you know, his messy shit, you know what I'm saying? Learn how to tighten those punches up and be a little bit more technical and learn when to let the wide punches go. If not, your body type and everything, Carlos Adames is gonna fuck you up. And
Yeah,
possibly
I think that stoppage by Hamza, I think it did something with Ammo. Because Ammo, if he lined you up real good with that right,
yeah,
if he hit you, you pretty much gonna go to sleep. But he's not as offensive, and I'm like, that was your shot. Like, you can't just be in there trying to bob and weave. Like, you gotta sometimes. I think the ones that's more offensive, when they start trying to be a little bit too defensive, it ain't the same fighter. And I think he's been more hesitant. And for a guy who he pretty much gotta land his, he gotta change the game with his. He stopped kind of doing that, and I don't think that works for him. Trying to box these guys, that's because he's a late starter, and that's not his first sport. Like, he started late. He just happened to be athletic and can scrap. So, you know, for them guys that's been doing it for a long time and got like and you know can box, it's just a deficit there.
yeah, like and also in my opinion, I mean, you stepped up for Hamza, and that was a step up. This is a major step up, and you know, they're giving you the puncher's chance against the champion. That's basically what you have in my opinion when it comes down to Ammo. You have the puncher's chance, whether or not you can land it, or you know, Adames gets that comfortable and he makes that big of a mistake and shit like that. You know, that's the only way I actually see you winning, unless you come out there and you do some Rolly Romero shit, you know, like he did versus Ryan. Then I'm gonna be like, wow, fucking wow. Nah, I didn't expect to see that. But who's this? RJ 80808. Bro, I'm kind of with that same sentiment. I'm like, man, listen, fuck around, that night might be the, you know, what they would kind of consider the double upset. You know,
yeah, that's why we're gonna have us close with. We're gonna close with everybody get a take on the Keyshawn and the Jermaine Ortiz. RJ 80808 say Ortiz by UD. I can see it, man. I can see it. Like, I can with the cockiness. But go ahead, y'all. The floor is yours, man, to talk about that. We're gonna wrap up.
Go first. Like, I think a knockdown from Ortiz or from Keyshawn. I don't see scorecard in this fight. Because Ortiz been proven like more aggressive. He changed corner. Like, yes, he's athletic and stuff like that, but he's using his power. I think that he got a stoppage in one of the two fights. Two stoppages, right?
Yeah, 2 stoppages.
So, you know, he's getting there. Like, he understood, like, oh shit, I cannot do that too. And he got Teo so frustrated that then if he worked it out, he was able to pull out. But whatever, happened. So Keyshawn got the power, got the speed, got the he know how to move, you know, and he's good. He's a fucking talented boxer. Oh my god. But sometimes when you're that talented, like Sab Judah, you get too cocky and get clipped and get your ass down. So, you know, both of the guys can give us excitement and can give us knockdown. Both of the guys got power, speed, you know, everything. Like, I don't see a 12-round card. That's me.
Okay, me, I
go ahead, AC.
I see a possible. I see a decision. I don't know quite yet whether it's going to be a split majority or unanimous, but I can see either one. You feel what I'm saying? I could see a situation to where they both may get a flash knockdown. You feel what I'm saying?
Yes.
But I can also see where this fight is going to come down to you using your technical ability to slow down the other guy's aggression. I believe, and this might be to his detriment, and I'm talking about Keyshawn and saying, yeah, I want to, knock this guy out. I'm telling y'all, I'm going to knock this guy out. Yada, yada, yada. I'm going in there to knock the guy out. So, when we heard Teo talk about the Bible of boxing, that if you go in there looking for the knockout, you don't get the knockout. He said that's the mistake I made with Cambosis. So can I see a stoppage from Jermaine Ortiz? Yeah, because I could see Teo walking into something. Jermaine Ortiz, his conversation to the stoppage is, I'm going to technically beat him up and then I'm going to stop him. Keyshawn's like, I ain't trying to do none of that. I'm just trying to go out and stop this motherfucker. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's what she wrote. So I just have, in my opinion, right now the quiet voice that's in the back of my head is telling me Keyshawn is going to lose that night. Jermaine Ortiz is going to win, and people are going to feel like that was the shock of the world and yada, yada, yada. I can see Jermaine Ortiz beating Keyshawn that night. I'm not sure how, but I can just see, I just got him winning.
Don't shock me if that happened. But yeah, I can see, that's the reason I can see a knockdown. Not because Keyshawn is not that good, it's because he's too cocky and overestimate Ortiz, But they know they know each other from the Olympic team and stuff like that, because Ortiz was in that era playing in the Olympic teams and tryouts and going outside to tournaments and shit like that. So they know each other. They know each other.
What you got, Dev? And salute, CJ. What you got, Dev?
Yeah, man. You guys bring up some good points. I'm not sure yet. How long has Keyshawn been out the ring because of that De Los Santos situation? Has it been a year and a half?
It was February.
February? Yeah. So how long has he been out the ring for?
So it'll be 11 months.
Okay.
Because it's the fight before De Los Santos that we're starting counting. De Los Santos, no, because the one that he missed with the Argentinian Lemos, that one he don't. No, he fought. Lemos is the last one.
It was Valentine's Day. It was Valentine's Day.
Yeah, Lemos was the last fight,
Dennis
because the
Barrett
next one, that was De Los Santos, he missed weight, so that fight don't happen, so he don't fought. So since Lemos, he don't fight.
I'll probably go Keyshawn UD, but that's a pick 'em to me. That's a pick 'em to me. Can you imagine a night where both Shakur and Keyshawn lose?
I brought that up.
Sunday headlines on that one.
That's interesting. Can I get in where I fit in? Shout out Body for letting me up, but I'm gonna say it like too short, man. Like I said, get in where I fit in. So this is my opinion. Okay, I get I just pulled up. I've been watching the fights, these Friday night fights. I've been a cool card, but we can get to that later. As far as the topic at hand, the Keyshawn conversation, that's what we're having right now, right? How do I see that fight between Keyshawn and Ortiz playing out? Well, yeah, I think mentally it's going to be extreme. In my opinion, I'm not saying the stoppage, but I think it's going to be lopsided either way. The reason I say that is because Keyshawn is in a hell of a spot, like mentally, you know, from a mental health standpoint, you know, to put it like that, that he know he blew his chance, could have been the next dude up on Top Rank, and he kind of blew that. So it's a lot at stake for him. You know what I'm saying? I say that to say, like, either he's going to be super tapped in or super tapped out. Ain't going to be no in between. So if he can be at his best, at his max, he'll wash him 8-4 at least, if not a stoppage. If not, it's going to be apparent off top. Okay. So, okay. And then you said, can you picture Shakur and Keyshawn losing on the same night? Well, I got both Shakur and Keyshawn, even though I would say Keyshawn is more of my 50-50 due to the reasons I stated, but I definitely got Shakur. Keyshawn, I don't know, and I wouldn't put no bread on it. But that's where I'm at on it for right now.
I respect it.
Can I ask you something? So what makes you so certain about that Teo Shakur fight? We was chopping on that earlier.
Okay, again, well, not again, because I don't think I said this on your channel, so let me let you know. I think Shakur, and I see it as a disappointment as far as the fans' perspective. I see it as a boring ass fight where Shakur just controls range, stays out the way, and boom bop. You know, what do they say? Shoe shine, is that the term y'all want to use? Yeah, that shit. I'm in and I'm out, and you can't touch me, but I can get enough on you to edge these rounds out. That's how I see the fight playing out. So that's why I'm pretty secure. Again, I got 2 racks up, man. For anyone who want to get it, let's get it. I've only got $20 so far, but I'm that confident. I got 2 racks on Shakur, man. So what? 1980 left. Who won it?
No, sounds. But I don't think can be bored. I think Shakur can make it interesting enough to keep the crowd entertained. Like, he can do that what you said, but do it in a way that keep the crowd entertained and wanting more. You know, I don't see it like that. He will do it in a boring way. But
hey, champ, it's possible. It's possible. I hate to cut you off. How much you cook? I'm not anti-Shakur. I don't think he's a boring fighter per se. I think that's a label that's unnecessary. But stepping up to this level of competition for the first time, and he said in the conference or the little face-off they had, I'm gonna adapt whatever style was necessary to win. So he's not above that. He's not gonna put his pride above entertainment, is what I'm saying. So that's why I see it could play out that way. Both counter punchers, Shakur controlling distance, Teo trying to time some shit up when you in there in mid to close range, and I just see it being boring. I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm just being objective, champ, and that's where I'm at with it.
No, that can be it. You know, can happen that too. Can happen that too. But how that
I hope not.
I don't see
for real. I hope not.
What I don't see it that can be boring is because where is the fan base right now? Where is the whole boxing community right now? And they're not like, if you give me a boring fight, we are not gonna buy your fight ever more. Like, that is how the crowd it is right now. Like, if you give a boring fight, and after what happened last Friday with that core, now the crowd is like, yo, if you're gonna give me a boring fight that you're just gonna move, okay, I watch it today, but trust me, I will not gonna watch you again. I will not gonna buy you cards. I will not gonna buy your pay-per-views. Like, that's how is moving now. So
yeah, I'm in that same camp as Malazar on this one, in saying, okay, if you decide to go that route, it may not guarantee you the victory, because if you decide to go that route, and many people outside of us on this channel have alluded to, you know, we watch some shaky decisions because of the business of boxing. Who can I put the money behind? Who can yada, 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 yada. At the end of the day, this is just unanimous amongst every platform, including Ring Magazine and all of those guys on that panel. Shakur cannot afford to make this fight what would be deemed a boring fight. It's not going to hold well for his future promotions or his future in boxing. It's going to make it.
I disagree, but I'm gonna let you cook.
It's far more. It's going to make it to a certain degree, and I'm just telling you what other people are saying. People that do this shit as a profession, they're saying that it's going to make it far more difficult for him moving forward to make and get the big fights that he wants, because nobody wants to fall asleep during, by the 6th round. So at the end of the day, that's the type of time that, most of the fans are on. And I don't think, he's that skilled unless he shows it, to take the better athlete, the guy who does have the faster feet, maybe his feet is not, people could say his feet is not educated like I've heard other people, but everyone hands down are saying he's the faster guy in closing the distance and getting to the target. So if you take that dynamic into play, I don't know how this fight becomes boring, because Teo is not a boring fighter. Teo we've never seen, just like Dev is bringing up earlier, we've never seen a fighter that made Teo put his hands in his pocket to make it a boring fight. But go ahead, Cook.
Yeah, we're not like
my bad. I know. I assume you were talking to me. That's cool. I don't know. Steve Claggett, he wasn't exactly letting his hands go like that. But no, man. I think that I'm gonna be concise with it, right? I think that the boxing community overall would give him credit, just because of the magnitude. The narrative going into this fight is you never fought a fighter on this level, so I think he's going to be, nation of domination, Malcolm X with it, by any means necessary. I say that to say, if he pulls off the victory, however he does it, he will get credit. I think he will get credit no matter what. Okay, I get the thought that, oh no, we don't want to see boring fights, but he's still selling, right? He's still got a big ass fight. After y'all said, hold on. After y'all said, please let me finish. Give me 10 more seconds, please. I promise. After people said, people walked out in his own hometown, he got the biggest fight of his life, right? So I don't get that narrative, but y'all got it.
It's like he's not selling. Like he's not selling. Like the one before the ring 2, that one have to be pushed out by Suriel and Berlanga, and he was in the middle. Before that, he went to England or Saudi Arabia, when he fought Patley, right? Because he wasn't here. Like, he's not.
Because his opponent is some bullshit. But yes, that's a fact. But you put it into context. Go ahead.
Pay-per-view numbers and cities, what matters. That's what brings money to the table. Like, we, the customers, are the one who run the show. It's not Turkey. It's not DAZN. It's not now the sponsors. It's we.
Hey, if they're willing to take a loss, at least temporarily, it is up to them. If they're willing to absorb a loss for what they perceive as a future investment, then it's up to them.
No businessman in the planet with money invest money to lose money. Like,
not long term. Not long term, but you can take a loss on a show to build a star.
No.
You understand the context of what I'm saying, champ?
Yes and no. That don't happen.
If I'm going to get more on the second and third one by taking a loss on the first one, I'm going to invest long term. You know that, champ. Stocks go up and down. Stocks go up and down. You know that. Don't play with me.
No. People was scared, and Orengo put that core, and he make millions over there. That take both. These people,
it's not all about the immediate gain.
That's all I'm saying. Yes, because you invest. Because when you're in the safety nets of DAZN or Turkey or whatever, they give you a budget, and that's what you make. You don't take money from the pay-per-view wins or no. That's the budget. I told you 1 million doesn't matter how I make. The big stars, they make their own. They got their pay-per-view because they get a cut. they get 15, 20, 10, depend what is the contract, how much seat their sales, how much pay-per-view. That's why Mayweather made so much money, because he sold a lot of pay-per-views. That's why Mike Tyson made so much money, because he sells seats.
I understand, but I think you're deflecting from our original point. I'm sure you got some stocks, right, or some crypto, something, right? You got some investments.
That doesn't matter. Anyway.
No, it does matter, because that's business. You can take a short-term loss for a long-term gain.
No.
That's my overall point.
No,
that's my point.
Losses. Hell no. No.
Your stock has never gone down. Every stock you invested is going up perpetually. Damn, I need to fuck with you, because I'll be retired by now.
No.
That's a lie.
Let me ask you this. To your
shit goes up and down, man.
No,
shit goes up, shit goes down.
This is the business of entertainment. This is the business of entertainment. When you make a business of entertainment, you want to fill up those shares and sell those tickets and the pay-per-view, because if you lost money in that one, you cannot make a next one. That's how this works.
That's untrue, because you can build a star. Just because you don't get the immediate ROI, you can still build a star. I'm gonna pass the mic. I'm gonna shut up. I've been talking enough.
Yeah. Let Dev ask his question.
I just wanted to ask CJ a question.
If he put a boring fight, look the word we're using today, boring. Okay, that's the word we're using, boring. So people are not like we, the customer, the fan base. We are not gonna put our hard working sweat money, $100, to be bored. We're not gonna pay money and go to a freaking stadium, spend flight tickets, spend freaking hotels, and the fight, the food, everything that go into it, to be freaking bored. No, we are not gonna do it. You can take cash.
I'm about to put you in the gumbo pot.
Oh yeah, Haney and Ryan was the empty building. They have to give away like 2,000 tickets to that place. Look, come on.
Absolutely. Someone had a question.
Let's let everybody talk though. He don't hardly get the chance.
Gordon in New York. These everybody get like bro, you have to put a show if you want to sell tomorrow, because okay, you get this money today, but you're not gonna play soccer to the people tomorrow. That's always been like that. You can sell me a bootleg bag of weed, but tomorrow I'm not gonna go and buy from you because I know what you got. That's what's gonna happen. That's what I'm saying. I don't think Shakur is gonna be that boring, because he know what is in stake, and I see in Teofimo that he know where he at, and how bright are the lights, that he can perform better than what people give credit. I'm not saying this one gonna beat this one, I'm saying like both guys got this pressure on top, and one of them gonna collapse on that pressure, and the other one gonna overcome it. Overcoming it.
Yeah, you good.
So then I think that's what's gonna happen. I don't know yet, because we're not close to the fight. The fight is in like 2 weeks. But right now, I see both guys, knowing what is in stake.
All right, man. Let's allow everybody to get theirs off, man. Dev, he don't say that much, so let's let him ask his question to CJ.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Okay, you talked about his investment, right? So do you think this fight right here, this fight is for Shakur to showcase if he's worth that short-term investment? Like to AC's point earlier, Shakur can't afford to put that type of performance on. If he puts up one of those performances, he's not going to get another big fight, if you ask me. I know you mentioned that someone's going to be willing to put money behind Shakur, even if he thinks to join up. I don't think so at all.
Okay, I'll respond. I think the only like minor disagreement we got is the how can I term this? The level of performance that's necessary. I think that since he hasn't fought anyone near Teo's level, that any win will look good. You put that on your resume, you move forward, and in time, the details will be forgotten. That's kind of how boxing works. If you don't, I mean, that's how I view it. So I think, okay, I say, let me put a bow on it. 5 more seconds. I think that would be enough. A victory would be enough to get him another big fight, another big payday. That's all.
All right. So you remember what is that? What's that movie? With Kane and No Dog. What's the Kane and No Dog movie?
Menace to Society.
Yeah, CJ, you know you done fucked up, right?
Champ, come on.
You know you fucked up. You said you bought you know you fucked up. Right? All right, look.
Hell nah.
Because this was my question before Dev asked his question. Before we got off track a little bit.
Let's go.
You said that's what you said. You said the narrative right now is that Shakur has never fought anybody at the level of Teofimo Lopez. You said
absolutely. That. Yes, that's what the people that are saying that Teo's gonna win are saying. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm saying that's the narrative. Yes, I want to clarify.
But this the thing. That's not a narrative. That's actually a fact.
Well, no, it's the truth. It's the truth.
Yeah, because you said okay. The narrative. Okay, so all right,
that's fine. You got me. Go ahead.
That's good. I mean,
but no. I agree with that. Okay.
So
see, when I'm wrong, hey, for the record, when I'm wrong, I admit it. I did say narrative, and no, that's the truth. I absolutely agree with that. So
okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Right.
Let's go.
So in essence, you believe that if he's getting all his praises, because I say this is the thing with Shakur, he gets a lot of the benefit of the doubts to where it's like soon as the fight announced, he gets all the praise, all the glory, all of the glowing whatever, and he gets all of that all the way up, all the way through the fight, right? So he's getting that now, and this is going to be his biggest test, right? It's a big fight. It's a big fight for Teo too, but it's arguable because at the time he fought Loma when he was the guy, and then right after Josh Taylor, he was the undisputed. He was supposed to be the man at 140, even though he arguably lost to Catterall. But those two names, the undisputed champ at 140 that he was able to get, and Loma, people can debate whether or not Shakur is going to be whatever, like moving up to his 4th division.
You could say Olympian, 1, 2, or 3. Is that the point you make? And you could say it's his first, second, or third most difficult fight. Sorry to cut you off, but yeah, that's what you're saying, right?
Okay, no, but in losing, if he go in there,
I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just trying to get the point. Yeah,
I'm making it.
Go ahead. So, I'm my fault, man. I'm hyped up.
And going into this fight, if Shakur is to perform with that just win, baby, win, like where he just gonna go in there and joust and fence and stuff like that, and he does the proverbial stink the joint up, like if he does that, I think it is gonna be hard to get people to invest in him again. Why? Because he got the benefit of the doubt with the De Los Santos fight, and he didn't want to spin the block on that. So I think it is going to be a challenge. Okay. I think there is pressure for him to do more than just it's pressure on him to perform, because he's casting himself as the next star, and we're coming off of Bud and what he did with Canelo. We're coming off of Devin and what he did with Brian Norman. So there is manufactured pressure on that guy, and I think if he go in there, he steep the joint up, I think it is going to be challenging.
And you know what, Canelo Crawford.
I understand your position. Can I get 10 real quick, and I'll mute up because I'm about to eat.
1 second, listen.
I'm about to mute up. Give me 10 seconds, and I'm about to eat.
So please. You know where I am. Listen. You see, Canelo Crawford.
You make me hungry.
Stink. You feel me? Was good, and people like that. If he performed like that, now people invest. Now, if he performed in the bullying way like was Ortiz when he fought Tio, that's when we're like, nah, bro, I'm not gonna watch. I'm not investing in you. You feel what I'm saying? Like that way. I'm not saying moving backwards only is no. If he performed like Crawford did to Canelo's, yes, people would invest. Now, if he do like what School did to Canelo, people will not gonna invest. That's what I'm,
See, man, I appreciate everyone wants to talk, but I would have been over in half the time. I just wanted to say this. I do like the counter argument. I understand what you were saying, but but the counter argument, and while I admitted that Shakur has not fought anyone at this level, the counter argument, that's my bottom line, I'm gonna reiterate it, is that any type of victory over a greater level of opponent would be okay. Like, okay, now what can you do going forward? I know y'all don't agree with that, and I get the argument, right? Because he already has a little dirt on his name from De Los Santos, but I still think any victory would count. It would still get him going forward. That's it. I'll be back.
Like this, I'm gonna say this little thing, right? When you look at what Terrence Crawford did going up to fight Canelo Alvarez, he used great, effective masterclassery of boxing. He moved when he needed to move. He stood in there, put together that solid minute to 2 minutes of work, and then got the fuck up out of Dodge. And when he was putting in that work, he was there but not there, aka Devin Haney versus Brian Norman, ghost in the shell type shit. I wanna also bring up 2 points that Shakur said. One, he said a while back ago, maybe last year or the year before, when he was talking to Andre Ward, and he said, I just want a fight to whereas I got a top level opponent, we could both like be right there for each other, and I could show everybody how my defense, and I could show them how great I am as an offensive fighter. He said, that's the fight I want. That's the fight I need in my career to showcase who I am so people can really understand that I'm really him. I'm really that nice. Fast forward, he repeats the same sentiment over and over in the interview with Cigar Talk, in the other interview where he had on the black. I don't know where he was, and he said it at the pressers. He said over and over again, I need to dominate. I need to show everybody that who I am. I want everybody to respect me. He said that to Teofimo Lopez. He was like, I have to dominate because I want people to really blah, 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 blah. He said that on that face-to-face. So he's telling everyone what he needs to do. I need to dominate. I need to put on a great performance. So for me, I have to listen to the fighter to a certain degree in the fact that he's saying, this is what I need. He knows this because he's hearing the media and everyone else say this to him. Now, to further back that up, I cannot for the life of me see Floyd Mayweather coming in to work with you and Bud Crawford doing all of that work for you. If your plan is to go in there and stink the whole motherfucker up, knowing that Keyshawn is gonna be fighting before you, and Keyshawn, if he has a stellar performance, let's say he goes in there and he smooth knocks Jermaine Ortiz the fuck out in less than 7 and stamps himself as whatever, bro, the pressure is now a fucking black hole.
Hell yeah.
The center of the black hole, that singularity type of dense ass pressure on Shakur Stevenson to now have to perform.
CJ, the fan
so
base
at the end of the day, bro, stinking up the jump off in that type of situation, bro, it's not good for business. It's not good for the brand of Shakur Stevenson.
Oh, no, mira, CJ,
he can recover, but it ain't gonna be good.
The fan base, right? Like me. They don't like a lot Tio or Shakur. Right now, both of them are kind of stinker for us, right? So this fight is what gonna tell us which guy, okay, we're gonna be cheering up and follow. If both guys stink, not just them stink, the Ring Magazine stink, because right now it's a void and it's a war. So this is more than this fight. Like if these guys don't perform at the level that they have to perform, at the level the name of the court say they have to perform. If they don't perform like that, this is a blow not just for them, it's a blow for the Ring Magazine, it's a blow for Turkey, it's a blow for everybody. So this court better be what they're selling, because if not, look what is happening right now with De La Hoya, Berger, Boots, all that BS. For what? For the same shit. So they have to perform. This is not like, bro, if you think somebody, who gonna put money on you? De La Hoya, PVC, the Turkey don't want you now no more. So who? Dekovic, or Swan Boxing, Pro Box. ¿Me entiende? Like that's what we're talking about. Like he better perform.
Okay, champ. I get what you're saying to a degree. The only difference in opinion we have is I don't think one card would, or one bad performance rather, would do that. Turkey rocked out with Wilder on multiple occasions. He loves the heavyweights, and I think that's really the lane he wants to drive the most. But obviously, he's willing to work with other weight classes. But no, I don't think one, because he rocked with Tio because on a bad card he had the best performance right in Times Square, so he rocking out with him again. So I just don't think that one bad one will just sour him completely. That's it.
Well, let me ask you.
I get what you're saying, but I don't think one bad one is enough. That's all.
No, I get.
This court they're spending the Madison Square Garden just to turn on the lights is $500,000.
See, I'm gonna say
like and yo, these court they're investing big in promotion, in everything. If you got a stinker, people saw what, and it's another companies coming up and putting their shit and making good shows and good stuff. MVP, got the stuff with Netflix. So it's a void that box is good. Like, bro, it's a lot. It's I don't think, yes, it's gonna stay a fan base. That's always gonna be Shakur fan base. That doesn't matter how he wins, they're gonna be there. I'm not saying not, but it's a huge.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. I'm gonna play devil's advocate because I do understand where CJ is coming from.
Yeah,
I get it, because at the end of the day, it's not necessarily the performance, it's the win. So he thinks to play.
You left something with I think the connection or something. You would
my bad. My hand hit the jump off. Basically what I'm saying is I agree with him. The underlying message for me is this. When you look at it in hindsight, it's all gonna be about, did he win? Did he lose? How is history going to record the fight between Teofimo Lopez and Shakur Stevenson? Yes, the public is going to have its outrage. He may have to take lesser fights, like a couple of lesser fights, have like a Zapata type performance, and then people will get back on and they'll be like, yeah, but that Tio fight, and you just got to let certain things go through the cycle. You feel what I'm saying? So if he goes in there and does that, what it effectively does, and this is where I think where maybe me and CJ and what we're saying we could find that middle ground is, it doesn't fuck up his career. It's not going to end his career. That's not what we're saying. What we're probably crudely saying is, it does put up a pretty decent and significant amount of those highway barriers that are set across the road, not aligned with the road. So you're gonna have to slowly chip at those barriers before we get back to the point where everyone is accepting that, you know what, that's just this dude's style. It's what it is. It's who he is. The fuck are we gonna do?
I'm gonna let you know these wings are bomb right now. Shout out Wingstop. These wings are bomb. But I want to clarify, and I'll mute up again. What you're saying is he's gonna have to make up for it if he wins, but it's boring. He would still have to like accommodate for that in the next 1 or 2 performances. Is that what you're saying?
Basically.
Okay.
Yeah, but the problem is you're gonna stay attached to the Turkey and that budget instead of you having somebody selling your cars and making real money.
Yeah,
Now,
it's not like you stink up the performance, you stink up the building, and you know what I'm saying? Surprising.
yes,
I don't
you
know.
won.
Boxing works different ways, but it's not like that's going to be the performance where everyone starts to clamor and say, "Yeah, now all the pressure is on Tank to try to make this Shakur fight," because you know that's where the fans are going to go if he wins,
because
or they're going to pick
Top
somebody else. So
You don't
at the end
remember?
of the day, all I'm saying is this: you may not if you stink the performance up. 9 times out of 10, you're not going to get the big contract immediately after that fight. Unless, Terrence Crawford says, I'm coming out of retirement and I'm going to fight this guy and I'm going to put Shakur on the undercard.
Because, mira, look what happened to Top Rank, right? The stink first, Shakur versus De Los Santos was to showcase Shakur and sell it. That was a stinker. What happened? They start putting more stinkers of a fight. They lose the ESPN 2 hours show that they had. So they lose money there. So that's the TV. Everything is telling you we're not gonna put in we're not gonna showcase this shit. Like even TV, not even ESPN wanna put it on TV.
That's a good point, Millers. What Dev, did you have something to say, man?
No, I'm just listening in. I wanted to chime in about if he does think the joint up, right? Even in a win, who would you match him up against? Because from what I'm hearing, he's going back to 35. Who would you would only have to match him up with, like maybe a Mason, because you're not gonna at that point, if he stinks the joint up, if I'm gonna put money into Shakur, I'm gonna match him up with a live dog.
That would be worse if he stink and go back to 35. So you came up to 140, you fight the champion, you stink it, and then you go down back to no, Bobby, that's unforgettable.
Yeah. Let me be clear.
Well, from what I'm hearing, he's gonna vacate the belt, right, and go back down and wait.
I think that's just like those type of these. I wait to believe it when I see it. I understand he said it, but I think that's just putting sauce on it. Try to, these Gen Z dudes try to stay relevant on social media by saying anything. I attribute it more to that than anything else. So, well, I believe. Yeah, again, I'll believe it when I see it. But no, man, he can't. Dudes at that age don't go down and wait. That's almost impossible. I ain't going down and wait.
What is he, like 28? What is
your
Shakur, like 28? Some shit like that?
28.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
No, and 4 divisions is something special. People think like everybody can do 4 division champion. 3 divisions is very difficult. Tell me, like win 4 divisions. Yes, it's a but stay over there, defend it. Do.
But let me ask you something though, man.
Fight for him.
Let me ask you something. But this is more like since CJ, because CJ. I know 2 of the guys that you support heavy, right? And I gotta ask this question: is it safe to say that Shakur fans are just at a point to where they're just supporting him because they like Shakur and they just want to see him win? Is that one way, or is it that Shakur fans understand that that's his style, and he's just gonna do the same thing that he do all the time? Like, as long as he win, y'all, like, is it fine? Like, if we just come into an age of acceptance, because I noticed that the barometer or the expectations for other fans and the critic, along with the criticism for other boxers, I meant to say, for the expectations of other boxers and the criticism of other boxers is always a little more heavy-handed, and it's almost like certain guys just to get to show up and just as long as they do enough to win. Because I noticed this a lot with the Devin only fans too. Like I noticed this to where is it okay. So let me clarify my question. It's one I'm asking it's two categories I'm asking or you can enlighten me. Shakur fans, they just want to see him win no matter what because they rock with Shakur, or is it that y'all know that that's his style and y'all have grown to accept that as long as he wins, that's just what he's going to do?
Allow me to set my lemon pepper wing down and address your comment directly. Okay. Oh, now, first of all, I think you miscategorized me as y'all because I am not a Shakur fan per se. I have picked him in this fight, but I never put any bread on his head. I never bet on Shakur. I don't like his style. But
you said, hold on, you said
the reason 2K, I got him
2K on him. That's not a fan.
Oh, I do, just because I'm not confident in him, not because I like him, and that's what it is. I put my bread on my head, not on my heart. You feel me? That's what I think is gonna happen. And that's, I would have got fucked up with Tyson if I was, if I had bread back when I was, 6 to 12 years old. I would have lost a lot of money on Tyson. But I have to say this. No, that's what I think. Hold on, champ. He addressed the question to me, and I won't be too long-winded, but let me address it. You made me lose my train of thought. No, that's just what I think will happen. Like from a technical breakdown, that's what I wanted to say. So I think, I like and he's nowhere. Don't get the comparison fucked up before you jump on my helmet. But I do appreciate a super defensive fighter. Tyson's defense was underrated. He utilized his height to get real low and squat and slip under punches. I do like a fighter that can evade shots, right? And then come back with something else. Now, granted, Shakur doesn't really make you pay in that manner. Nowhere near a Mike Tyson. But, I also like a Pernell Whitaker, who didn't have the most power. So I say all that to say I appreciate the defensive fighter, and I think he just has a higher IQ, and he can more so dictate the pace of the fight. Y'all said yourself, if someone's going to initiate, the engagement, it's going to be Tio, and that'll leave him, even though they're both counter punches, granted, that leaves Tio more open to be countered, in my opinion. So it's not that I'm not even a Shakur fan. I'm not even a Haney fan. So maybe y'all take like one or two things I say and get the game messed up. I'll tell you I'm a fan of. I was Bud was my number one favorite. Now it's Abdullah Mason. I also like Ban Rodriguez. So outside of that, I like David Benavidez. Outside of that, don't hold me to a fan of nobody. I'm just breaking down fight by fight. But that's all I want to say.
American fan fighter, like the Mexican, like they're Mexican and stuff. The Puerto Rican, he like his American boxers. That's the fan he is, and he will defend. Doesn't matter. They're in the fight. They're all gonna ask him. He don't see Keishan or Shakur losing at all in this night. At all. If you say that, he will say like,
who is that?
You don't see none of them losing. You
Me?
Don't see no problem. Yeah.
Oh, no. Not at all. I said the Keyshawn fight was 50-50. That's the first thing I said when I hopped up. That's literally the first thing I said on the panel.
Right.
I said 50-50, and I got Shakur 60-40. Shakur Tio. I'm not delusional. I'm not out of my mind. So don't do that.
Let me ask everybody a question. Let me ask everybody. Have we come to a point to where the standards are different for somebody like Shakur than it is everybody else, or am I just tripping? This is just
maybe because fighters don't do defense nowadays. Not to cut you off, but maybe that's why the goalpost. Like I said, he's no Pernell, but because fighters aren't like that super defensively responsible, maybe I don't know.
No, it's because we are different fan cultures and fan base, and boxing is that divided. Not just because we hate or the boxer is ours. It's some styles, some stuff that we like from boxing that these boxers give it to me. Me as a type of a fan, maybe I don't like it and I don't buy it, right? So that's what I'm like, nah, that boxer, whatever, is not good, it's not that, and I always will find 20,000 million reasons why he's not good. when the other one will defend it because he got stuff that he liked, the other fan. So he will defend that boxer. And that's what is happening, and that's what's going to happen always.
Let me tighten up my shot group then. Let me do this. Let me just do this real quick because I want to get to the bottom of something. I just gotta figure something out. My bad, and then you can have it after this, AC. But this is my shot group, right? This is my shot group. When O'Shaquie Foster had been chasing Shakur, he was adamant about it. He said, "Listen, man, I'm going up. After this, I'm gonna defend this against Fulton, and then I'm going to go get Shakur. Why? Because I got the WBC, and then I'm gonna work my way into a fight with that. And just so happens, since Fulton missed weight, they put that 35 lightweight interim strap, WBC strap up for grabs. Fulton won it. Shakur said he's not gonna fight him, and that he has to fight Ray Ford. Yet Teofimo Lopez is offering up his strap. He's doing a tighter defense with Shakur, who's moving up, right? And he gets to drop that strap, leave it for Keyshawn, even though that's not how boxing works. Leave it for Keyshawn, and then go back down to 35. But hold on, man. It's not
happening yet.
But this has happened. Like all of this, the only thing that hasn't happened was the fight taking place, and then we got to see what action it is. Because if he loses, that's a different story. If he wins, then okay, we gotta assume his word. So he get to promise us certain things. He get to say the standard get to be. First of all, if somebody ever would have said, "I'm gonna move up there and drop the strap so my mans and them can have it," they would cook the shit out of him. That's what I'm trying to get us to stop.
I totally agree.
Stop being real
I'm
about.
with you.
I'm trying to get us to stop being real about the things that we actually talk about in the different standards. Like Shakur get to say, "I can move up here, and if I win, I'm gonna drop this strap so my man can have it, and then drop back down." And nobody's on his helmet. And now people are
saying that in the first place.
He can stink up the joint as long as he win. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he gonna continue. Like, have we just accepted that there are different standards for different boxers?
No, yeah, but sometimes
I wouldn't say I have. I think that's indirectly addressed to me. So please allow me to respond real quick.
No, it's not. It's not. No, it's everybody. It's everybody, CJ. No, it's everybody.
No. I'm gonna say saying that in the first place is bitch made 100%. That's how we say it in Cali. But yeah, he's trying to, like, the more you talked about it, I was thinking, damn, that's his insurance policy. If I lose, I got the safety net. But if I win, onwards and upwards, right? So that's where I'm at with it. Got it.
This is what I wanted to say. Was when you look at this, for me, when I'm looking at this dynamic of the benefit of the doubt for Shakur, and to also allude back to what you were saying, CJ, earlier about defensive fighters. I can name a string of very, very solid defensive fighters, but they choose to win in the manner that's impressive. Terrence Crawford is a defensive specialist, whether people want to give him the credit of that or not. But because he's a risk taker, he shuts that defense down to try to get the stoppage and impose his will. You feel what I'm saying? Bam Rodriguez is a very, very skilled defensive fighter, but he chooses to trade some of that defense for more impressive offense. I can't sit there and then say people look at Shakur, or you got this opinion about Shakur because he's a defensive fighter. When you look at every fight that Shakur basically won, he was on the front foot coming forward, because that's what he does. When he feels confident, he goes on that front foot, especially when he's confident that there's nothing coming back, that he can't see at this point, time at this point, or counter at this point. He then starts to put his opponent on the back foot. So at the end of the day,
I feel you.
At the end of the day, there is a 60-40 give. 40 of I only do this when I'm 100% comfortable. The 60% of the time I do this because I want to stay out of harm's way. When I look at that dynamic and saying the things that I'm saying about the guy, I would tell a person, if this is the argument you're trying to make with me, obviously you don't know the type of Shakur fan I am, because I could break down his wins and I could break down when he didn't look whatever. And the fight that people say he looked the worst in, well, that was a masterclass in a defensive performance. So what about the offense? You feel what I'm saying? Boxing is not a defensive game 100%. You have to have that.
No, obviously not. Yeah, but let me just interject real quick. I'm gonna let you cook. I just want to ask you, what do you think is because you agree? You said 60-40 yourself, so you lean in the direction that Shakur is more of a defensive fighter. So let me ask you this: what is his greatest? Hold on. What is his greatest defensive attribute, in your opinion?
His mind, his probe, the fact that he has Terrence Crawford.
Okay, well that's kind of intangible. I would say distance control. If I could measure it,
career. I don't believe.
You know me, I'm the mathematician. If I could measure it, I would say distance control.
Distance control is how does that happen? It happens in the mind. You see things the way other fighters don't. If he never had Terrence Crawford in his corner, he wouldn't be the guy who he is. I'm solid on that right now. Because at the end of the day, you're a person that has a particular style, and if Crawford, a defensive specialist, starts to pour this information into you, then guess what? These are the cheat codes you need to be extra defensive. So at the end of the day, that tutelage that tells me, how did you get that defensively sound? I don't believe it was your grandfather, because early on you used to let your shit go. We wasn't talking about you as a defensive specialist when you was at 126, when you won the silver medal, when you was at 130. Yeah. It was only until 135 motherfuckers just started to come out because your performances was different. Oh, Shakur's defense. He's a defensive fighter. That's what he is.
But
that's what he is.
I remember in the days of Roy Jones, and it's to answer to Buddy, like he said, like, if it's for different fighters, we got different levels of what you have to accomplish or whatever. And I think back in the days with Roy Jones, Floyd, we don't have a voice, you know, like we only had what the media told us, and we have to eat when Pacquiao and all this shit, the media told us what we have to think and say and whatever, and we never have a voice to answer them back. Now, with this boxing community in all social medias and platforms, like here in Bodywork, you know, in YouTube, that you have to hit that like button and subscribe and share in your favorite chat groups and stuff. Mm-hmm. So anyway, so now we have a voice. We can tell them, like, bro, that's trash. I'm not buying it. No, bro, if you do that shit again, I will not gonna be with you. You know, now we can tell them, like, nah. That is not what we want. No, this is, you know, like now we can answer them back. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree, because the boxing community, different places, different boxing style, you know, you're a fan of your boxer of your hometown, whatever it is. But at the end of the day, we're the customer. We're the one who paid the freaking bills. We are the one who made these guys got money or not. You know, it's not the freaking Turkey with the petrol money. It's no, because Netflix give contract because they expect an amount of viewers in their streaming or buy more subscriptions. The zone is counting in us to spend money in their subscription, so then they have a budget for the fights. You know, so and all this publicity and stuff costs money. Right, so we, the customer, now today have a voice. So that is what making the different in boxing. And now we can start seeing different, more style, because sometimes they sell us crap, and they want to give us an explanation of the art of boxing, of not of hitting and don't get hit, and the science of boxing. Bro, that was just pure bullshit. That was not even boxing, you know. Now we can tell her that, but before we have to accept it that was just art of boxing, running 12 rounds. No, motherfucker, you're running. What the fuck? I can see it with my eyes, and everybody else too. So that's where I am. Like the labels, and yes, sometimes boxers do some stuff that people put it in another pedestal and accept it. In other places, they call it bullshit. So it's where we at right now. You know, that's me.
You know, I think to follow up on your point, AC, I think Shakur's gonna have to bring that 126 beginning of 130 type of performance. I don't think he's gonna be able to beat Tio on the back foot as far as the judges are concerned. He's gonna have to bring it to him. I said the same thing in the Devin Haney Brian Norman.
Hold on, champ.
I think I was on the panel with you guys for that one.
Can we clarify real quick? Are you saying Tio is the A side in the judge's eyes? Yes or no?
Depending on how the fight goes, I think they're going to favor the aggressor in this fight. I don't think Shakur's going to win this fight off the back foot.
Well, if that was the case, if I accepted that, I would say Tio would be the favorite because I don't think Shakur is going to initiate like that. He's going to look to counter. I don't see it going any other way.
But
and I'm not saying he won't. You're like, I hate the term running. Let me clarify. I hate the term running, but I don't think Shakur is going to be the one to just throw himself out there. I don't see it going down like that.
Well, that's
champ.
the thing. I was following up. He was a good. His true style, to the AC's point, is he's an aggressive fighter at heart. I think when he's comfortable, he can be aggressive.
I think Top Rank
Solo. You know what's funny? You know what's kind of funny is the earlier style of Shakur is just like Teofimo's style, except for Shakur is way more accurate, right? And he's way more defensively responsible. Except in Tio, he's way more twitchy, explosive, has more power, right? He's more athletic, but they both have this, like at their core. Like now, this 35 Shakur, there was a change. There's a visible change. And he's way more safety first than he was because they both do the same thing. They come forward with foot pressure. They're foot pressure counter punchers. That's what they are. So they'll be on you. They'll put that pressure. They'll come to you. They'll bring that pressure. They'll wait for you to throw something. And they either time it, or just like when you look at how Teofimo did Richard Comey. He was walking towards him. He made him miss and made him pay and put him down. See, that's the difference. Tio could do it one punch. He had one punch concussive power. Shakur was doing the same thing, except for when he got comfortable, he's walking forward. He's making you throw thinking that you're being defensive. And when you throw, you make a mistake and he makes you pay. But he's doing it in combinations and putting you down. But they're at their core, when they're the best, they're the style when they are the best is the same style. They're just different.
Yeah, and
that's
the key word.
Shakur has become more defensive responsible and like, oh no, I'm not going to even risk the biscuit. Like, I'm just going to be opportunistic and frustrate him and then take and pick and pop and try to, accumulate points that don't get touched. You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference.
Word. Yeah.
You know what I think that happened? Top Rank stay in the business too long, right? And they own a lot of gyms, and they have the ESPN bullshit and stuff. ESPN drop Showtime. So Top Rank start to teach the same style. So in his courts, everybody lasts 12 rounds. Now they just got ESPN, and they have to sell those 2 hours. So if they teach the same style of boxing, I can control how long go the court. And not too many surprises, go to the judges, I make my budget, and but the bullshit went out of business. They cancel it for doing that shit.
I'm gonna tell you
that's what's going on. Now it's avoiding boxing. Now Top Rank is not controlling boxing on every freaking corner. So now I think we're gonna be a renaissance in boxing. That's what I'm seeing. Like this fight gonna give us a renaissance because even last starting the year, right, with a bang of a card. And I think that will force Murataya and Andy Cruz gonna be a great fight. We're skipping that one, and I still think that's gonna be great. And then Shakur and Teofimo with Kitchen and Ortiz over there, Chuchu Carrington, bro, they gonna perform, and I think it's gonna be a renaissance. We're gonna have more action, more style. Yes, we're gonna have defense. Not everything's gonna be rock and sock 'em because come on, bro, you know. But I think boxing now is gonna be more different because Top Rank is not where to be found. And nobody want to sign them up. Nobody. Look how long been, and they cannot find a freaking TV contract or nothing. Why? WB, no, BW, algo así. They have a bunch of shit, wrestling, all kind of stuff, baseball, and they even give it a call to Top Rank. No freaking TV station. So I think it's gonna be good for boxing. Top Rank is out, and let's see. I'm expecting this Ring Magazine core, like what they're selling. They're selling me excitement. They're selling me Madison Square Garden. They're selling me names. So I'm expecting me, the fan, a freaking like excitement. I'm not talking rock and sock on every fight finishing by knockdown, but boxing all time like good card. Like I can be like, yes, that shit was good, and not be complaining of how freaking boring it was. Like that the Ring one that was garbage. Let's see.
Fair point.
Y'all remember in the Norman and the Haney build up? I think they had the one-on-one sit down, and Devin goes, "What if I put you down?" And including myself, I didn't believe that shit at all. Right?
Yeah.
You hear this press conference, right? Oh, Loma didn't throw any punches. And Tio's telling them, yeah, that's because I made him not throw punches. What if he turns you into Lomachenko for the first 8-9 rounds?
Yeah, that's possible. Shakur he said, man, he don't like getting hit. It's already a level of psychological warfare and chess being played. But go ahead, CJ.
No, I just want a quick question for the panel. If you had to, I'm not asking you to, but if you were going to put bread up, what amount and who would you have? Oh, got it.
Yeah, I would have put bread up on this fight.
Yeah, man. How much? Like, I'm saying within reason. I'm not saying, I'll put 20K on it or something crazy. Like, I would put $10 on Tio. However you feel. I'm just curious. I'm just picking your brain.
Okay. Well, let me see. If it's for excitement, I expect like $100 is going to be excitement fight, like exciting fight. For the winner, You know what? I'm gonna go with Tio in this one. He always shine in the China Star, and this is the shiniest will be for him too. Main event in Madison Square Garden with a full stadium. That's what they say. They sell all the tickets already. So I think that he's gonna shine again, and he's gonna like some fans will be like, "What the fuck? This motherfucker do it again?"
No, and I'm not mad at you. I think it's a very close fight.
From
reason
10 to 100, from 10 to 100, I will put $50.
Okay, there you go. And the reason I asked him to put it in context, I want the confidence level. So you could say 60-40, but I'm trying to put a numerical amount. You said $50 on Tio. I'm not mad at you. Let's go.
100
somebody else.
I'll put my money on the guy that has 2 lineal champions under his belt. That's what I'm going to pick in this fight. Shakur doesn't have any.
Me.
All right. And what amount would you put on that? How much sauce would you put on it? As I like I said.
I'll probably throw $100, no more than $100.
100 on Tio. Okay. Go ahead, Joe.
I would say this. If I'm choosing a fighter, and I'm choosing them not just to be the antithesis in which I was just originally was, but now that I'm really breaking this shit down and everything, I got Teo for the win. I would put $500 to $1,000 on that fight.
Oh,
shit. I got Jermaine
You
Ortiz.
surprised me. I thought you was gonna get Shakur for real. Damn.
I would Keyshawn Jermaine Ortiz. You feel what I'm saying? I do 250 for the Jermaine Ortiz one.
Would you do a parlay?
Wow, that's
yeah, you sound very confident.
I would do parlay.
Yeah, he said definitely.
I would definitely do parlays. You feel what I'm saying?
I go with Keyshawn.
I would be looking for those to pop up to say, just in the chat or whatever, or I don't even know if they do it like they did sometimes in MMA, where if you in the live chat, you can grab a bet with somebody like who gets bust open first. You feel me? Who's gonna get the
this
first
must be this must be duck hunt, and I'm the duck, y'all the dog in the grass, and y'all just waiting to pick me off after I get popped. Okay, I'm the only one that would put bread on score.
I got surprised for real. I saw.
I'm still.
You see it, man. If you had to put.
That's
because then, to your point, Body, at the beginning, right? You fall into the trap of just giving the benefit of the doubt. People are just picking Shakur because they give him the edge every fight. I don't think people realize the opponent he's about to get in there with. This guy has a championship pedigree to him. He's gonna throw his hands. They're coming in with a game plan.
Yeah, that's the only only thing that I'm factoring is with everything that's going on is like, what does the business of boxing say about this fight? Like, so.
Yeah. See, I try not to do that, but it's a fair point. Go ahead.
But see, we gotta do it now. You gotta do it because we've seen too many cases to where, that night when Lamont Roach, you said, hold on, that night when Lamont Roach and Pitbull fought, who you said won?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said Roach by just one.
Who you had winning that, Dev?
Yeah, I had Roach. I was shocked when they had a draw.
Okay, AC, who would you have?
I had Roach as well.
And Milazar, who you had?
Roach.
And who won?
What's a draw?
Nobody.
I saw Roach.
He sweat.
Better fight.
He sweat one.
Did I prove my point? Did I prove? Because I didn't even have to say who I had. But did I just prove my point, CJ?
Hey, man. Say, man. Yeah.
The business of boxing said what? It was the draw, right? But we all set up there. One by week. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, I got another one. When Boychuk fought Virgil.
Boychuk. Hands down.
Dropped him twice and everything.
Oh, yeah. I saw both.
And look. And
we all saw it.
Everybody's bragging that he beat him up. Everybody was bragging that he won.
Boychuk was the interim champ. What did the business of boxing say?
But it said Mexican sell boxing. I'm sorry, y'all.
Okay, the first Conceição and Oshaki Foster fight, who won?
Conceição.
He got the nod,
but Oshaki won that fight.
I'm gonna be real. I don't recall it, so I'm not even gonna call it. So I don't know.
Okay, the first TO not the first, but the TO and Jermaine Ortiz fight.
Oh, Ortiz won that shit. Everybody knows that.
And so that's as obvious. I have to do this all day. So it's like when I put my money down, I'm like, I gotta see it all the way up until like motherfucking right before they damn near right before they say ding ding ding, because I be looking at that shit like, who is the business of boxing saying okay? Because everybody listen. When I heard Mr. Gary Russell say it, when I heard
even
somebody else said that Pitbull was gonna beat They like, man, Pitbull was gonna win. Like I heard two different people say Pitbull was gonna beat Lamont Roach, and they were so confident, like it was no thought in the world, right? And I'm like, why? Why are they saying that? But the business of boxing had already fixated itself on the fact that Pitbull was going to win that fight, and we literally saw it was a tale of two halves, right? Lamont, he got the technical knockdown because his glove touched the canvas. Okay, cool. That was in the first half. In the second half, Pitbull got a point taken away. They called it a draw, but I literally saw Lamont Roach come back in that fight in the second half. I've seen him turning around and win, and you would actually say, okay, he won the championship rounds too, which is more heavier. And he stood in there. He didn't run, but they still called it a draw. Why? Because they're business of boxing. Like, so, like, as far as fight wise, I think T.O. Listen, as far as the matchup go, I think T.O. got everything that it takes, and I think that this is the type of fight that T.O. will win, because these are the situations that he thrives in. It's like mold. You put mold in a dark, moist place, it's gonna grow right, it's gonna flourish. This is where T.O. is at. Like when he's the underdog, he's fighting somebody that got some skills. He know he can't slack because he might get his ass knocked up or pieced up. Like he can get up for this fight. These are the situations with T.O. thrive. He has not let us down in that manner since. Shakur has been getting the benefit of the doubt. So I would say 50 on T.O. If I was a bad man, I put 50. I put a strong 50 on T.O. But the business of boxing says Shakur gonna win, so I put that 50 on Shakur with this by decision. I can't even say if it's gonna be UD or split. So the business of boxing ain't promoting. The business of boxing got T.O. as the challenger. They doing the same thing they did with Oshaki and Fulton.
Oh yeah,
but they
definitely
treating him like he's the challenger. The bit like that, all the articles, all this. I'm the favorite. Like who's the favorite? They got Shakur the favorite. The business of boxing is saying that Shakur gonna win. The sweet signs say that T.O. gonna do his thing.
The guy go overweight, and instead of getting a sanction or getting some fees that he had to pay out of his bag or something, no, you get a bail in 135 because you make 132 and you're coming from what, bro? That was so shitty. And then so we have to deal with his bullshit. I don't know, the business of boxing, if you see it all over, you see how Orengo is trying to come up and they're doing dirty on him. But we always, hey, this is America. Over here you make it with products, sell good shit to the customers, and the customer gonna show up, and don't show up in the beginning how to do it. And if you follow that blueprint, probably you're gonna make money and you're gonna make good fights. That's the blueprint to follow.
I don't think the business would follow. If people were saying Shakur is boring, then the narrative of the fighter that put the bag behind, who Turkey has already been fucking with. Granted, he's been fucking with both of them, but I would give the nod to T.O. because he's hold on, champ. Because he's perceived as more exciting. I mean, he is more exciting. Fuck it. I'm not going to even put that sauce on it. He is more exciting. So I would think they're similar ages. Y'all putting up all his accolades in the air, 2-time millennial. Why wouldn't you put the bread behind him? I don't get the narrative that Shakur would be the money fighter that they would want to give the nod to. But y'all got it.
Because it is. This is what I've been trying to tell you. This right here. When you got Tim Bradley, you see, because you got to think the business of boxing goes by the business of boxing.
Tim Bradley.
But no, listen. It even happened on. Let me give you an example. This used to happen on Top Rank itself, and this is how I had to qualify this. It used to happen, so it happened. I saw it happen with both of the guys, and then when Ward moved on and he started doing his own thing, and Tim Bradley was still there, I still saw Tim Bradley doing it. There would be fights going on, and Tim Bradley. I'll give you an example. What's his name? Jahad Tucker. Jahad Tucker be talking in the whole fucking time instead of watching the fight and analyzing what's going on and how Jahad was doing his thing in his style. Tim Bradley be sitting there talking about, see, that's not technical, and see this. And I asked the question. I said, man, what would Tim Bradley be saying if he was watching like Emmanuel Augustus back in the day? Would he be sitting up there talking about how technical and untechnical? No, he'd be sitting up there like, damn, this dude is amazing, like how he's doing it.
He's a warrior.
And look, if somebody took that and ran with it over there to the boxer voice and said the same thing, oh, Jihad, the modern day Emmanuel Augustus, even though that's not what I was saying. I was just saying he had an unorthodox style that we could not all enjoy because the way Tim Bradley was talking about him. Now, if you got in there, I don't know if you had to jiggle his balls in a meeting or something like that, but if you jiggled his balls in a meeting, he would make you his top, what do you call it, his top stamp prospect, and he would give you all these, because he was doing it with Abdullah, he was doing it with Shushu. Anybody he liked, it would be all these glowing praises. Anybody he didn't like, even with Brian Norman, he would literally shit on Brian Norman in the middle of his fight instead of calling what it was. Now, you take that, you put that guy online, and you got him in your back pocket or you don't. See, the business of boxing say, if I'm in this guy, if I'm in Andre Ward back pocket and I'm in Tim Bradley back pocket, I can sell this guy no matter what. Why? Because when Tim Bradley come out and do a glowing praise video about him, when Andre Ward come out and do a video about him and say, oh man, nah, man, that's Shakur, that's the sweet side.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? I can sell that. But when I got Tim Bradley coming out saying, man, I don't know, man, Teofimo, man, like, his headspace, man, I don't know. And then I heard this the thing Andre Ward used to say, man, his body language. I'm like, body language? Is that part of the 4 scoring criteria? Like some of the bullshit, and they're Hall of Famers. And I'm absurd. I used to be like,
let me dig a little deeper.
Ward, look, I seen people
paid,
winning fights, and Andre Ward talking about, nah, man, but his body language. My eyes are literally watching this nigga beat the shit out of the other nigga. And he's saying, no, your body language. His body language is saying, when you can do that, you can sell anything.
But before
go look at
I agree. Can I get in where I fit in real quick? I want to respond to Body real quick because I'm high. Hold on, I'm high. I'm about to lose my train of thought. Give me 10 seconds. Body, are you saying that Andre Ward does the same? Because I agree, Tim Bradley is on some hoe shit. You saying Andre Ward does the same thing? Oh, got it.
Absolutely.
Yes,
I can prove it. I'm gonna let Dev finish, but I can prove it. I can prove it too. Go ahead, Dev.
That Lomachenko, if he's the only person I know who had that shit tied at the 8th round. Go back and look at his scorecard. At the start of the 8th round, he had that shit tied.
Yep. I'm like, how when a nigga ain't throw no punches in the first 7 rounds?
Yeah, I'm sitting there like, well, he ain't throw a punch. How's the scorecard tied?
He started giving them points for when he got active. He started giving them points just because he was more active than he had ever been in any round before. I'm like, that's not part of the scoring criteria. That's just like that body language shit. Oh no, but his body language is saying body language. What are you talking about, bro?
Before we cannot answer back. Now all these channels, this is the importance of these channels, because now people are coming out and say this is bullshit, no, we don't like it, so now they have to, oh shit, we have to fix this, because before they have a stronghold in us, and we're arguing over here, but they're giving us bullshit in the TV, and some guy say something and everybody go with it. You saw what happened with Suriel and that fucking quarter of a milli whatever nanogram and shit, but they make a big scene and they put it in every fucking the Ring magazine, and they put it. Why? So now I buy the freaking fan base. I tell them what to think, and you see, it's a bunch of fans that they're copy paste. They just repeat, and whatever they hear from one of these guys, they just go and copy paste everywhere. And nah, bro, you need to see for what it is, like, and it's okay, but now they have to give us boxing, because they know they will not gonna get money if they don't give us boxing. That's where I'm at.
But it's funny though, you think about a guy like Andre Ward, who's very close with Shakur. I mean, I recall when that first fight Ward had with Kovalev, that was a very pickle fight, bro. At the end of that, and Ward got the nod, and look what he did in the second fight. He went to Kovalev. He lost the first one. Yeah, a lot of people thought he lost the first one with that knockdown Kovalev gave him. But I'm just surprised how he would be okay with Shakur just shoe polishing the whole night and not telling Shakur to go bring it to him. Because Ward, you had to go bring it to Kovalev in the rematch.
But let me prove something else to you. See, that's what you call. That's why I call them gatekeepers. And I'm gonna give you a clear cut, laser cut, focused example. Let me tell you this.
And not every boxer became millionaire and have money, so they need to pay bills, and they get paid from these big companies. And hey, say this storyline, go with this storyline, and because they're a name, they are a Hall of Fame or whatever. So they said, and we as the fan base believe it because a Hall of Famer just said it. But no,
so listen.
Absolutely, I'm with you.
When Andre Ward, when Shakur fought Artem, Andre Ward, and this is how it looked right here. This is where we get to read the room. So he had the whole squad, right? He had that whole squad, right? So when he was fighting, Wally was getting on his ass saying, man, listen, stop him. Wally said, man, you just saw what they did to Oshaki. Every round, Shakur came out and said, man, I'm about to stop this dude. Wally was saying, well, work on what we did, man. Stop playing with this guy. Because that's the night when Oshaki Foster got pickpocketed by Conceição, where he won the fight in all of our eyes, and he didn't get the decision. They gave it on the business of boxing, gave him that. After that fight, I don't know if they knew they was being recorded or not. I don't know if they knew they was being recorded or not. But after that fight, Andre Ward and Bud was sitting up there telling Shakur, like, no, because you stopped jabbing. You wasn't using your jab. You got to hook off your jab. You got to fight off your jab. You got to do this and do that. And Shakur kept saying, no, but I was. He's like, no, you wasn't. He's like, that's why you wasn't stopping him. They both got on his ass. Now, we as content creators for saying that shit, people was like, oh, man, y'all just hate Shakur. The minute they heard them dudes doing it, because it was on camera, they were like, man, they got a point. But guess what? I don't think they knew they was being recorded. So it's like in public, it's just like it's like what goes on in your household. It's like if we got conflict in our household, we not taking that shit down there by the gas station, the grocery store, Walmart. We not doing that. We'll hash that shit out on the inside. But when we get out in front of everybody and we in the public, we gonna be a unified front. Parents do that with children. If it's the mother and the father, we're a unified front. We do not break ranks in front of the child. Now behind closed doors, we handle it, but in front, they can't play us. That's what they do. They do that shit all the time where it's like, yeah, they'll say anything because in private, these dudes talk. So in private, they be like, yeah, man, for real, man, he really whooped your. But but being on code, they're gonna stand up for the dude. They've been gatekeeping the dude. This the last thing. This the one I was gonna give y'all before. I seen a video. I was trying to find it so I could screenshot. I seen a video of where Andre Ward interviewed Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn Davis in that interview told him that in that last camp, he said he was drinking every day. You know what I'm saying? He was like basically being like a closet alcoholic, basically. The title of the show was, and like they clipped that part out and they did a segment with him and Roy. And they said, Keyshawn, I forgot how they worded it, but it was soft as hell. Like because he active squad, that's how they gonna approach it. Because I seen several videos where they were talking about how Tank took a knee and they made it like it was the worst thing in the world, like he got knocked out or something. It's like that's what they do. When they fuck with you, that's what they do. And that's what I'm saying. Y'all are Hall of Famers. Y'all don't gotta do this. So it's like I sound crazy sometimes when I give my opinions, right? And they be based on what I've seen, behavior, and I try to keep that shit right in line with all the other examples that I give all the time. And so it's like, oh, what do you know? Because you're going up against these Hall of Famers. But I'm like, these Hall of Famers are being fake as fuck because they are being on code. So who's right and who's wrong?
Actual.
You see what I'm saying? So you can't give me that soft ass like Shakur. I mean, like Keyshawn, surpasses his lowest moment. But you don't dig in his ass for being in camp drinking and missing weight and all the other critical things. When you critical of people like Tank, when they lost the belt, when you was critical about David Benavidez, when he popped hot for cocaine, when he lost his belt, like you critical of everybody else. But when it come down to somebody you fuck with, like even down to somebody being with the snack man, you with Victor Conte, you don't got shit to say about that. But then you, oh man, yeah, Sabril, he shouldn't have popped. He was under the threshold, but you don't say nothing about Victor Conte and your man's getting blood work, having with AC. AC brought this up, having a therapeutic use exemption. You don't want to peel back that veil, but when it comes to everybody else, you up their ass with a flashlight. That's that shit I don't like.
Yeah, not to take it back even further. I know it's a little controversial, but I remember when the whole Spence and Crawford thing was going on, right? And I think Spence just got in the accident. This was the Terrence Crawford and Kai Velasquez, and then Tio had just knocked out Comey on the undercard. And after that fight, they had Tim Bradley and Andre Ward getting interviewed about the performance of Crawford. And then I don't know if you remember Tim Bradley going bonanza, talk about, you're gonna have to come see him, Spence. You're gonna have to come see that boy. You remember that after that fight? Yeah. Him and Ward was I'm just like, yo, he just got into a car accident. And there was plenty of other welterweights for him to fight. And so from that moment on, I was like, yeah, I can't trust. You know what I'm saying? I can't trust these guys to be objective with situations.
No.
I don't know if you guys remember that. It's probably still on YouTube. You can pull that
the
up.
Money, you know, who they pay, who they get paid from. Oh, you're paying me? Okay, I'm gonna talk shit about that guy. I'm gonna put this guy up. I'm gonna turn this guy down so I can elevate this guy. Fuck that shit, bro. We don't need that stuff. All these boxers are good for whatever shit they do, you know, and they're awesome in the style that they master. Because each one of them are so special, they master a style and became champion with it. That other guy will try it and will not gonna make it. Because look, Claggett got some style like Subriel. How many losses he got? He ever won a champion? Look at Billy. Look at a bunch of them. They don't get where he got with that style. You know, every freaking Tank is special with his style. Shakur is special when he do his thing. Teofimo is, you know, all these boxers are good, but I don't need to fucking tear one down just to elevate the other one or use the feint of this one to make this one. No, bro, everyone can make it and shit in their weight class and stuff like that. I don't need all this fucking bullshit. And you're, bro, this Paulie, this fucking Team Bradley, the other one, the other midget, Paulie Manina, the other one with the eyeglasses, I forgot. Yo, they're Algerian shit. Bro, there goes with so many bullshit. Mira, even Teddy Atlas, when he was talking about the fight of Super and stuff, everything was good. At the end of the video, oh yeah, no, because the positive and bro, for real, that shit wasn't even positive. Was all, you know, and why you have to bring now? You have to carry that curse for the rest of his life, even if it was like fucking nobody know, because that show is so small, like can be anything anyway. But they want to destroy sometimes. So what these fucking boxers had trained and worked so hard to get to, and just matter what Kitchen did in that show, that he was gonna be a main event. Cabrón, that's bullshit, because I imagine that me, like you're gonna do in my hometown in Puerto Rico, you're a Puerto Rican boxer like Sander Sayas, and you imagine Sander Sayas when he go now to his show, or Subriel when he did this in New York and he pulled some bullshit like that he don't make the weight, then in the fight of the night make a scene. What do you think the people will be saying and doing? Exactly. But no, let's cover under the rock and shit. No, nothing happens.
Exactly, and that's what they do. That's why I call them gatekeepers. Like I might as well have Keyshawn in the background, because, and I don't like it, because for years they did this. They sat over there on Top Rank doing that to like a lot of the PBC fighters. But I'm like, y'all go out of y'all way to do that on the top. When I started seeing them do it to the people that was on Top Rank when they were picking and choosing, like the ones that they didn't like or who didn't jiggle their balls. I said, no, you can't do it. And so it never stops. But this is the thing, y'all. This is what I realized, and I watched something earlier this week. I watched that Corey Holcomb versus Anton Daniels conversation, right? And when I looked at it, I said, it made me realize that this is not just in boxing. That's why I always say he who controls the printed page controls the thinking of this age. And that's not just the printed page. But they are using videos to make articles, and now it's in print, you know what I'm saying? Or if you have to read the subcaptions, it is the printed page. But this is what I say. We in an era now where you gotta go along to get along. Like I know that there are people, I can tell you, it's a dude that come on every day at 3 o'clock. I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that he gets paid for saying and doing the videos that he's doing. I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that somebody is actually physically paying him money to say and do these things. I know that he's doing that. So listen, they're gonna play dumb. They're gonna act like, oh no, man, I don't know what you're talking about. They're gonna gaslight the shit out you. They're gonna dismiss whatever you is, like whatever you got to say, whatever kind of valid points to push along their agendas. Now, it's a whole network of people who that, if you look at it, they're making everybody out here like we have an infatuation with all things foreign. Like if you look at it, they're trying to push Moses Atama. They're trying to push Ajit Kabiel. They pushing Usyk. They pushing, like when you look at 9 times out of 10, when you look at the top 10 pound for pound, most of the time, in the definition of a minority, it's going to be a minority on the pound for pound. That is no coinky thing. You can have 2 people that fight down in paperclip weight on there. You can have a heavyweight that shouldn't even be on a pound for pound list, just to not have 3 legitimate people that look and sound like any of us.
But I think America have heavyweights, but they don't want to sell them and train them and put the money on it, you know, because it's better to get these guys 3-4 weight class lower than the weight they should be, and then pull them to do weights and say they are 3-time division champion, 4-5 division champion, and sell that to the public. That's what Top Rank was doing all this time.
But what they really did was, and this is how you can really tell what they did. Like what they really did, they know that somebody like, and I said this a long time ago, years ago, somebody like Al Hammond, he's like Kaiser Sose. You don't see him. You know, he's like a good leader, where it's like he's heard but not seen. They always said it about good leaders. Good leaders are heard but not seen. You don't ever have to see, but they call it all the shots or whatever. It don't matter if you see them or not. That's the benchmark of a real good leader. They're heard but not seen. Like everything they want is coming down the pike, is coming down the way they like it, is being enforced, all of that. You don't ever have to see them, but shit gets done. That's good leadership. What they do is because there's no presence, there's nobody to check you. When you look at each and every one of them people that was like with PBC, all of those fighters, and they done put on some of the biggest fights, they done had the biggest paydays, like they had the market. They spent all of their time talking about how they was going out of business, and each and every one they fight, they would have people like Ward, people like Tim Bradley, and who like Algieri, Malinaji. They shit on all of them, but they got normal platforms. They go in there, they host and they call fights. They show up to events. They go at press conferences. They like the loudest voice. They do that because when you look at all of those PBC fighters individually, they don't have nobody to come out there and be like, oh no, it's somebody that constantly put out something to refute everything. So all they do is wash it away with a bunch of rhetoric. All right, you say this and you say that. Remember when I said that everybody came out and said Gervonta Tank Davis fumbled the bag, and I was like, why they keep using that terminology, fumbled the bag? That came from somewhere. And they became echo chamber, just echoing that. That's what they do. So if you got a network of people that's getting paid and everybody gonna go with the flow, that's how everybody keep getting money. You're not gonna speak down to the money. It takes somebody like my channel to say something about it, because this channel ain't here for the money per se. Yeah, it's monetizing all that, but it's not here for that. Like There ain't nobody sitting up there telling me, oh yeah, say this today. Like shit on all them dudes over there in Matchroom today. Don't nobody say and do that over here. But it's a lot of channels that do get paid like that to say, all right, well, today this is what we're gonna do. And it sounds, and you know it because it sounds, it's the same message across all of these satellite channels.
That's right. You know, that's what they're doing. But you know, that's the reason is these channels. You know, like but when you come to Bodywork, that's what you get. You know, and when I pick, some Bodywork, and when I pick up Teo and I put $50, it's not because I think Shakur got everything to win this fight. He got all the potential, the youth, the speed, the ring IQ, right? It's not because he got talent. The kid got, but if you're a little bit more aggressive, and people are saying, you see, if it's not boring, why people are using the word boring or boring fight? If it's not boring, nobody will be using that word. It's for a reason. So if he actually be himself, he can pull it off too. Yeah, I'm not taking that away from him. I'm not saying, oh, I pick up Teo, and no, I see too Shakur with, you know, like the stamina and the strength mentally.
For me, if Shakur never changed his style and letting his hands go while still also being extremely defensively responsible, hands down, I'd be like, Teo ain't got a chance against this dude. If this was the 126 version of Shakur fighting Teo, I'm like, bruh, you nice, Teo, and all of that, but this dude gonna beat you from pillar to post, homie. It's not even close. You feel what I'm saying? Because he would have built, you know, going through
I know
divisions and stuff like that, and getting sharper, and then the stuff that, you know, Ward and the more intricate stuff that Crawford would be showing him, he would be able to really put that together in packages that, honestly, I'd be like, I don't know who beats this dude. You tell me he fights Devin Haney, I got him. You feel
he pulled it off. He has pulled it off. Come in.
You know what, AC, to follow up on that, he's had so many defensive performances lately where I don't think he can just build back up to that in this fight. I think that'll actually be dangerous if he tried to do that type of 126, 130 performance in this fight. Because he's had so many defensive sleepers, or he's letting his hands go against guys like Josh Padley. It's going to take him a couple more fights to maybe get back into that mindset.
No, I'm only saying in the fact of, I get what you're saying. Exactly. I would be in 100% agreement. But in the fact that if he had never changed.
Right.
Like, once he got to 35, something was different. You feel what I'm saying? So in that difference of what happened between him at 30, which he beat the brakes off of old boy. I just can't remember his name. That who was that? Jojo Diaz? That was his last fight at 130.
It was it was Robinson Casasio when he weight bullied him.
Yeah, it was Casasio. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
he pulled the Keyshawn on him.
Yeah, and honestly, he beat the brakes off of Casasio. That was the last, you know, great vision of looking at that Shakur. His performance against Yoshino was impressive, you know, but there was still, I think he just really put on his foot to the gas for Yoshino because he just knew that Yoshino was nowhere near his level, and he just felt 100% confident. He said, all I need to do with this dude is just get his timing, and I'm going to beat the shit out of him and stop him. So outside of that, it's like it's not there anymore.
You know, unless you're gonna pull a Devin Haney and go to someplace special and, you know, click something and then ride it out, we just gotta see. At least I gotta
Yeah,
see.
but you know what? We take out from Padley because he was electrician or whatever. But these Brits, the real Brits, not these fake black guys, and because the Americans are the real one. People want to copy the Americans, right? Because they think because they got some melatonin is the same. No, 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 papi. My brothers are built different. And we're here in this side of the pond, we're built different. But the Brits, the Brits, those guys can fight. The guy that fought not Sajula, I was confusing with that. Abdullah Mason, right? You got the other little one down there that in 126, Nick Ball. You saw what did Dalton Smith. Those Brits can fight. Yes, he was electrician, but we got a janitor in Puerto Rico that went to Japan and beat two champions. That is a unified champion right now. Bomba El Bomba Gonzalez in 108. So sometimes they got side jobs, yeah, but when they are fighters, they're fighters. And I know Shakur, they sold him to us like, oh, this next biggest star, the American star and stuff. But there are boxers out there that we don't know that they can box, and they can put it on. Padley don't have the stamina. He was working, he wasn't training like that, to be 12 round with Shakur Stevenson. At the end, he did what he did, But in that fight, I kind of like Shakur because he could go in the back foot all night and just jab, jab, jab. Actually, he get with Padley and the close range and hit him in the liver and stuff, and knew how to work him out till he knocked it out by the liver because he don't have stamina.
Let me ask you something, Lazar. You are you giving him a soft landing because he's like a Puerto Rican?
No.
It's you giving a whole lot of soft landings for this guy, man. God damn.
Right? Look like that the Puerto Rican is coming out of,
Yeah, I think
maybe he's half.
He's like a quarter, man.
Yeah, but to that point about Padley, I mean, Shakur was throwing the kitchen sink at Padley, and it took him, what, 9, 10? 9, 10. When did he stop Padley? In the late rounds, right?
Yeah, in the 8th round.
I think the 9th.
Those Brits can get punched. You saw it.
Does that not concern you going into this fight? Is that, man? I mean,
Teofimo is not a Brit, Teofimo.
He's tough though, man.
No, I'm not taking that away from him. But let's put it this way, because I put it for Teofimo, what he can win and stuff like that. But let's put it for Shakur, for if he can win and stuff. Like maybe 135 and cutting that weight was kind of a lot now. And in 140, let's see that getting weight, not losing that much mass, body mass and stuff like that, muscle mass. So and now he's 28, he got that man body, and maybe his punches, his bones get a little thicker. I don't know, and he can throw better and he can clip better. That can happen, So that's what I'm expecting in this fight. I'm trying to see who for real gonna shine and gonna show us for who I have to spend my money, for who I have to follow, who is the boxer that, bro, you're the guy, But both of them need to prove it. Like that's the reason with Teofimo 150, because both of them have to be proven. Like show me that you are the real deal, you're the real American boxer that gonna run the show. But show me.
This what I think he figured out. I think that as he moved up, I think when he got to 35, because he like to go in there and spar, and they're not going to say nothing until somebody exposed him about sparring. Even though sparring should be like Vegas, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. That's how sparring should be, but there is no tact, there is no culture around it. Like I used to like it when you didn't know really what happened, and that was sacred because that's when you work.
Me too.
But what happened? I think this what happened. The punch resistance, it probably was a difference because for the longest time that frame ain't just get that big. They even talking about it with his cousin Zay Quinn. Now how big his cousin Jay Quinn is. Now he's a smaller guy because he's young now, but he got a frame that's growing at a rapid pace, and they're not going to be able to really stop it. Shakur, I don't think he pigs out and does all of that. And plus, he's professional at cutting weight. I believe that at some point in time, he found out he got like a high deductible on his chin insurance. And so now when he fight, his chin insurance, he don't want to pay that deductible. Because you think about it, people who don't get hit that much, when they do get hit, is like you can see it. Like he let Zepeda hit him, and had them ropes not been there, he'd have been down. He'd have went down. Now people try to say, "Oh, he slipped his foot." He won't even take ownership of that. We're talking about a Zepeda that's just high volume. It ain't a lot of hot sauce on it. Like, yeah, to the average guy, he was in there boxing, this shit gonna hurt. He got a high knockout rate. Why? Because he was match made and he got that high overwhelming pressure. But Zepeda, nobody looks at Zepeda like a power puncher. Like nobody. Like he was hitting Teofimo with everything but the kitchen sink in the stomach. And Teofimo still was taking that shit and eating it. You know what I'm saying? So I believe Shakur knows he can't really get hit like that. And his thing is like making you miss. Like, and when you miss, you get tired. You basically get
Foreman style is
what they call it, like when you miss, you get you lose your confidence. Like,
yep.
When you can't hit somebody, you start getting like discouraged. What I was trying to say, like you start getting discouraged, and so that's when he pounced on you and jump on you. So at the end of the day, man, like he could be the sweet scientist, and I call him the definition of my boxes to watch. You know what I'm saying? Outside of Tank, he's one of my favorite fighters. I don't like how he moved outside the ring, and I want him to get back to doing some of the things that he used to do when I named him the definition. But Teofimo ain't no joke. You know what I'm saying? And Teofimo got everything it takes to defend that strap. I'm leaning towards him being able to do it. And plus, just like how I wanted Brown Norman to win against Devin for the business of boxing, I kind of want Teofimo to win because, man, this behavior, like this active squad, like all this BFFs, I just told you about the Friends Network and how they can put out in the media and they can cover these guys as long as they up under the umbrella. I'm ready for all that. That's why I want the Joker to kind of prevail for us. Since I hope, being one of my guys, being from New Jersey, all that. Yeah, I hope Shakur do his thing. You know what I'm saying? But for the business of boxing, just like how Devin, he's going and he's looking at Manny Pacquiao and Errol Spence and all these odd picks. For the business of boxing, I would have wanted Brian Norman because with Brian Norman, we can count on him going on and giving people shots, like real deal people that's in and around his age, like exciting fights. With this Shakur stuff, they're gonna let him pick and choose. If he pull this off, oh man, he gonna have to pick of the litter.
Yeah,
because
and
he get to go pick. He get to pick Conor Ben, put him on a rehydration clause, drop back down to 35, drop a belt that he just won. The sanctioning bodies don't like that either, especially with him being an active squad and what Bud just did with that belt. They don't like that shit. You gonna drop our belt? So why are we gonna get behind you?
That's why, like what?
So
and the WBC, that is the strap that got the most brides. Like everybody want to have that one, like it's the one that give you the t-shirt, the hats, and make all these entrance and whatever. So why you want to like and the WBO, that is the one that got Teo, that's the freaking Puerto Rican belt. Like all that crowd, if you just vacate that stuff to give it to Keishan like that, Puerto Ricans are mad with Keishan because he didn't respect that title. In the first one, most of Puerto Ricans are mad with him for that shit because, cabrón, you're disrespecting the Puerto Rican fucking title, the WBO. That is the headquarters, is over there. So, are you missing way? You're disrespecting us. And then you do that bullshit. Okay, so we have to, and now this play like, oh yes, I'm gonna defeat Tio, but let Kishan do it then, or whatever, or what if you become champion, then fight Kishan, because what the fuck is this best friend stuff? This is hell. This is boxing. It's no friend in boxing. Do you see Keith Colon saying he say shout out to who? To nobody. He go to that ring to beat the next one. That's it. That's his job. And now what friends and friends? Get the F out of here. You know, I want action. No, I hate you, motherfucker. I want to beat you. That's what I want in boxing. I don't want a friend. Friends when you retire. People forget about how Leonor and the other that used to hate each other. I forgot his name. Whatever. But yeah, bro. No, friend. You every time you told me this friendship stuff and you make that video and stuff, and I watch it, I was like, these motherfuckers, like, yo, they better not. Like, no, you cannot do that. And I hope he don't go down weight. I hope he keep the title defended. I don't know, but I hope Tio win. You know, like Devin Haney, bro. He's chasing a bag, a full up stadium. Dude, you can have a fill up stadium, and Norman Jr. was your opportunity to get it. Like, finish up the fight. You knock him down one, finish it up, or don't fucking go back in your comfortable place, because that's the reason your stadiums are empty, and then you have to linger in other people success to get a fight, and people do, and then you have to be the B side and get less money instead of be the A side, because people want to, oh, then you hate it. Pero cabrón, give action, give fucking something. Because he even wake me up. For real, I was laying down. Yeah, another David Haney fight. I have my the all covered up, lay down in the couch, listen to the guys saying the fight, because I listen to those fights. I even watch it, and when I hear the knockdown, oh my god, I get up off the chair. Oh shit, David Haney gonna do something, and then the whole fucking fight, the same fucking bullshit. Bro, you have them, those freaking with the nose broke. He don't know where he at. He's, dizzy and shit. Finish the shit up. But no. So that's why he don't fill up stadium. He have to chase Pacquiao. He have to chase I don't know who, because he's trying to change the bag that you can have it if you fill up the stadium, but you don't do it because you don't give action. So Shakur, I think, will be thinking that too, and that pressure is in his head. I don't think it's like CJ used to say. No, CJ was like in the back foot boring fight. I don't think, because that pressure will be in his head. I don't know. Maybe I will be wrong, and I don't know.
At the end of the day, I may feel Shakur's performance may depend on how the Keyshawn fight goes, because Keyshawn is attaching himself so closely to Shakur, saying he brought me back, he's the one that got me back in the gym, yada yada yada, telling me, yeah, come down to Jake Paul's camp in Puerto Rico, so blah blah blah. So depending on how that goes, we would just have to see at that point, how does Shakur come out on his performance? Does he compartmentalize it? Does it feel some sort of way? Is he at that level of a Terrence Crawford and being able to compartmentalize stuff, in the fact that he was there for So Cold in one fight, and then So Cold was on his undercard and So Cold gets stopped. You feel what I'm saying? So Bud just went out there and still did his thing, but the whole point of what I'm saying is that Bud and So Cold never put that type of we're this type of relationship. That's my brother. That's this. I would never fight him. Yada yada yada. When from the rumors from that camp is those two, when they get in the ring and spar, it's damn near a real fight. They going at each other hard. So at the end of the day, that dynamic doesn't exist with them, and we saw to a certain degree Keyshawn's response of when his real brother lost. Now Shakur, I don't know what I don't know how deep that dynamic really is. You know what I'm saying? Will it affect him? I don't know. It's just me nitpicking and picking at straws because, in all honesty, this fight is that close. You know, in the absolute beginning, I just said I just want to give my keys to victory. This fight is that close for me. At one point, I was a super huge fan of both of these guys, but at one point, both of them let me down in a way that you made me question who you are. When Teofimo beat Loma, he went into this diva mode that I was just like, oh shit, bro, serious? You supposed to be from Brooklyn, man. How you rocking like that, homie? You feel what I'm saying? And you know, things with Shakur in situations to whereas you're telling me something, but then the opportunity presents itself and you go someplace else and all your fans condone your move and then chastise the guy you just walked away from, and then they talk about don't nobody want to fight you. And I'm like, nah, man, that ain't what it is. You retired, you did all of this weird shit, you know what I'm saying? When the opportunities was right there. So there was no reason for you to come out and say I'm retiring because I'm not getting the fights I want. We heard Bob say he'll give you the fights you want, but you're just the third person in line. I got these other two guys that are damn near in the same weight class that are far bigger stars than you are. You may have a name amongst African Americans, but you're not, you know, your fame doesn't translate like a whole fucking country like Lomachenko. That's just the business of boxing telling you your real value. If you don't like it, young man, the fuck do you want me to do? I'm only being honest with you. You're the third person in line. These other two guys come down to a big fight. I'm gonna offer it to them first, and if they don't want it, then I'll look at you. But you're not gonna be the top guy. So, you know, he had his issues with that. He didn't want to re-up. He left too early. These were all moves that I'm just like, I don't know how this shit fares out because it puts you in a situation where you're not in the ring. You can get fights with decent names. You feel what I'm saying? With decent names to stay busy, to constantly hone your career, but you're on this diva shit thinking you're already at the level of a Terrence Crawford, Andre Ward, Tank Davis, and fucking Floyd Mayweather. And I'm like, bro, you're not those dudes. You have the potential. You just have to run your race, man. Run your race, maximize your brand. And he's just never did that. So I was just like, I don't know your ambition to be the guy that you telling us you want to be. Now, this step right here, fighting Teofimo Lopez, you can't say he don't want no real smoke. That's real smoke right there. You know, so I respect that he's going after that. I'm giving him 100% of his flowers. Like, bro, brilliant move, A-class move. You feel what I'm saying? A-class move. You made the fight. You got it across the line. Cool.
Man, guys, look what time it is and stuff. I'm going out. Take care, everybody. Buddy, hit me up. Etsy.
All right, Mirza.
Okay. AC.
Right,
yeah.
Take care, guys.
But at the end of the day, all I'm saying is this. Shakur put himself in the right position right now. With this fight right here, you win and you win in the way you're telling everybody you're going to win. The future is yours. You'll probably become the A side to damn near everybody you fight. Damn near everybody you fight. There's still a couple of guys you may not be. You feel what I'm saying? But damn near everybody else, I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah.
Realistically, you beat Teofimo Lopez, everyone has to bend the knee to you that's a champion at 140.
Yeah, 140 for sure.
You feel what I'm saying? There's some question marks at 35. But at 140, you are the fucking man. In all aspects. You got a belt, you the actual champion. You're not a champion of a sanctioning body, you're the actual champion. You know? The other guys are champions of a sanctioning body. So you can dictate the terms of them if you want to unify. It would be smart to unify, get that undisputed under your belt. That would be a step closer to being Terrence Crawford, like at least becoming undisputed in one division.
Or defending it.
Yeah.
If you get up there and jump, well, if you're gonna do something like that, defend it against somebody.
Yeah.
Of note, and then let it go. But don't learn, because you know, in hindsight, they cooking what's the name? But go ahead. I ain't want to go ahead. Keep going.
Not bad. Excuse me, at the end of the day, it's just you're in a position to whereas so much can happen for you, and all you need to do is to perform the way you're talking, the way you told Tio you're gonna perform, the way you told everyone at the press conference you're gonna perform. We get that type of impressive performance and you beat shit down Tio's leg to where it's a whitewash, we gonna look at that and be giggling and be like, yo, he beat that nigga ass like Bud did Canelo, bruh. Crazy work.
Like Floyd did Corrales.
Yeah.
Diego.
Exactly. So you give us a performance like that, bro, people are gonna be like, that's that 130, 126 pound Shakur. That nigga back now. Yeah. You're gonna have a whole army. You're gonna have dudes like Blue Hustle and other guys like ready to just jump to the moon and shit like that for you, because they like, yo, this dude is who he is. So the opportunity is there for you. It's depending on what Shakur you want to show up. Teofimo Lopez, I like this energy. I like this dark, menacing energy right here. I'm quiet. I don't want to say a lot. I showed up and showed out at that point. Now that this shit is for real, and I get to speak to you without an audience, without my dad, without everybody else. Yeah, I may do my Joker jump off to you. Become the enigma. And just say shit that it's pinpoint accurate, but you don't really know you've been stuck because the shit is like acupuncture. I'm controlling where I want you to be in your responses because I've already stuck you with the needles. I'm just gonna pluck them shits. You feel what I'm saying? Twist it a little bit, take a little glass, put a little heat to it, and then let it stick on your back and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So again, for me, it's what we talked about before. I'm gonna know you in this. When you, the next time, you know, during fight week, when y'all in these press conferences, whether or not you're gonna choose to be a passenger again, or you're gonna take the reins and say, yeah, this is the lineal champion, but this is the Shakur Stevenson moment. Yeah, that first interview, I just wanted to test the water, but now this is the Shakur Stevenson. And that's what I'll be looking for. If I'm not really seeing that, I may, subscribe to one of these betting joints and just, start putting a little parlays and little side bets and stuff like that of what I think is going to happen. And see if I could collect money like that. So it is what it is, bro. I think it's gonna be a good fight. I don't think it's gonna be a boring fight. Neither fighter can afford for a fight at this level to be classified the way they want to classify it. you bringing in all of these heavy hitters like Freddie Roach, on Teofimo Lopez side. Bud Crawford is, taking a special interest in this. Floyd Mayweather came by to holler at you and stuff like that. The way the media betting odds, whether you feel you can, you want to, or whatever, everybody's expecting a Williams Zepeda-like performance from you, Shakur. That's what they're expecting. And if you can't deliver it, it's going to be, I don't know. I hear what Body's saying about the business of boxing, looking at it because the way they're touting everything and, working the numbers and working the information in between. But if you go in there and stink that motherfucker up, I think the business of boxing gonna say, you know what, fuck this guy. You know what I'm saying? Or I tend to stink it up.
Yeah. Good stuff, man. Good word, man. Good word, man. As always, man. What you got, Dev? How you want to land?
Yeah, man. This was a good cook. I think I'm on the same page with you both, man. A lot of great points. When I hear make him miss, make him pay, I just don't think Tio's gonna throw shots to land on Shakur as far as those first few shots thrown. I think he's gonna throw the position, and I think Tio understands how slick Shakur is for the first one, maybe two, but they're working on that 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
and that's when I want to see Shakur bring his bag out, right? Does he got something for that extra? I think Tio's a smart enough fighter to know, I can't just rely on those single shots. And I think that bringing in Roach is going to help with that. I've been looking at some of the pad work they've been doing. Tio, man, he looked strong and sharp. You remember when he fought Diego Magdalena? That was his most impressive performance to me. You guys remember that fight at 35?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The way his punches was connecting, the speed. I mean, man, if we can get that explosive Tio back, I know it's been a minute, but maybe he's finally settled in the weight. Who knows? But as far as Shakur, man, I've been watching Shakur for a long time too. Just like you, Body, he's on my list of fighters to watch as well. And I just want to see him go deeper in his bag. Like that's all I want from him. It's been kind of rinse and repeat over the past couple fights, and I think Tio can bring out some extra stuff that we haven't seen before. So I'm leaning towards Tio in this fight, man. If I change my mind, it's probably going to be something I notice in the build-up. But as of right now, I think I got Tio edging him out.
I respect it, man. Firm point, man. Firm point. I'm still somewhat divided myself, man. I'm I like to look at the build up, but I've really kind of learned that in the last couple times, the last couple big fights we had, I gotta see them guys right before the fight, man. I gotta see the weigh in, and because it's I've been going against my intuition, man. It's it's something about watching it and seeing different things and seeing it's different looks, how they look at the weigh in, how how they are before the fight. It's I've been going against my intuition the last couple big fights. So I'm here. I'm kind of feeling this is the atmosphere or situation that Tio thrives in. And this is it's the perfect storm. And with all these assumptions being made and getting the benefit of the doubt, this could be, with him being the underdog, him going in there as an underdog in this fight, they don't even give that man the respect of being a favorite. This could be a big banana peel, especially with all of with the what you call it, AC, the Justice League, with the Justice League coming out and Active Squad being in, and then your BFF fighting right before you, everything spells like Murphy's Law. If it can't go wrong, it will go wrong. You know, and Shakur got to be special. He's not going to be able to just pity pat his way through this and get his hand raised. I don't think the business, because they know how finicky he's going to be. The sanctioning bodies can't rely on him. You know, is he a draw really or not? We don't know. It's been masked. So he got to answer a lot of questions. But that's all I had, man. I appreciate you coming through, Dev. Appreciate you, AC.
Oh yeah,
man.
no doubt, man.
You got a good boxing mind, Dev. You like to keep it boxing. You be looking at some of the things that I be looking at, man. And I hope we all could just be thorough in what we see. We ain't gotta put an extra on it. We ain't gotta be like. So you got a good boxing mind, man. You feel free to jump on whenever you feel like it, man.
All right, man. Appreciate that, man. This is the one channel, man. You can just listen to just straight boxing talk, man. And I like how you and AC, you sort of put a spin on it to where you don't just look at what the eye tells you. You kind of dig into the layers, and you don't have many channels like that anymore. And it's refreshing. So I'm definitely gonna hop back on, man, if you live for sure.
All right, man. I appreciate it. Have a good weekend, bro.
All right, man. You too.
All right, man. Another good one in the books, y'all. I think it was superb, man. You know, this is a great fight, man. I think it probably should be getting more promotion, but you know, who knows why? Who knows if they're not going to try to ramp it up closer? I just know that Teofimo Lopez looked dangerously poised. Shakur is sounding more and more confident and cocky, and he's getting all these glowing endorsements. He should feel good. I hope they both come in healthy, no issues, positive vibes to both of the camps. I like the fact that Teofimo Lopez has fallen back. I mean, senior, he's fallen back. We don't really hear him getting all loud and crazy and being toxic. You know, we in for a treat on this one. The co-main event, I think that's an upset based on everybody saying Keyshawn gonna win. I think Jermaine Ortiz gonna win. He's been more active, you know, out of the last since he took that loss. He done stopped 2 people and got a UD, and he's been inactive. He's been fighting. He fought November, I think he fought November, April, and August, and he's fighting again. So he's been the more active fighter. He's fought the higher level of competition. This is his weight class. He's not breaking through to a new weight class. He don't have no question marks as far as his mind. He arguably beat Teofimo Lopez. But the business of boxing said otherwise. People say that he beat Loma. I had Loma in that fight, but many people argue and say that he did beat Loma. Jermaine Ortiz is a live dog. He learned from that Teofimo Lopez fight. He know that he can't just stick and move, and because the business of boxing might prefer a more exciting style like Keyshawn, he knows that as well, and he's tenured. I think that's a big upset waiting to happen, man. But great undercard. I got Adames versus Austin Williams. And Shushu, I'm pulling for Shushu to do his thing. You know, hopefully he moved the way a champion, you know, should move in the minds of the boxing fans, man. And I know he's part of the network and all that. I just hope that he get his strap as well, man. But I think we're in for a treat. And who knows? We still gonna do, you know, a couple more shows about this before the end, but I wanted to get this off, man, because I think it was relevant. Hopefully you was able to put something in your rucksack and march on. Feel free to support the channel, man. We all monetize. We do try to be creative. We don't try to steal content. We try to keep it fresh. We don't really dog people. Just think about it. We just did something on, like, what the fuck is a duck? And we were saying, man, we can't be doing it. And everybody was saying, Virgil's a duck, and he's a duck, and this. Come to find out, was he a duck? If he's suing Oscar? Was it Oscar like we said? Is it Eddie like we be saying all the time? Is it the promoter's fault? Kind of interesting for all them people that might need to eat some crow for misleading accusing some boxers of being a duck. Because it look like they want to fight just as bad as the other guy. So stick around to the channel, man. We're growing. We stay on the up and up. We keep it boxing for the most part. We try not to be toxic. You can see, you can disagree. You can get your full thoughts, paragraphs, novels out. You can communicate for as long as you want. You know what I'm saying? Get it off your chest. It's a safe place for people who want to talk pure boxing. A lot of people can't do it. You know what I'm saying? What can I say? Support the channel, y'all. But yeah, it's a good one, man. Silence is consent, meaning that all it takes for evil to prevail is for men and women to remain silent. So we speak to the things that need to be spoken to. You know, we don't try to be abrasive. We don't try to tear boxes down. We just speak the truth, man. In every genre, it's a good old boy system where you got to be on code and you got to say the same thing. You got to echo what everybody's saying and you got to play politics, man. Why can't we just keep it subjective? All you gonna get is that good old boxing talk over here, man. Anyways, thanks for choosing Bodywork Boxing. But we don't take things for face value. We do that body work.
He didn't want to box. He wanted to actually prove that he could punch with you. He was like, what the fuck is this nigga, Rex? Oh, okay, you want to go to sleep. You tired.
Welcome to